Okay. Okay.
It's amazing how
As soon as we're done. Okay.
those friendships early in life
We're ready to
come
go.
back.
Okay, it is 2:30, and we are ready to start our study session dealing with major capital expenditure update on the solid waste landfill. So, it's the Jim and Jim show.
All right. I'm Jim Kowatch, the Public Works Director. Jim Toit, the Operations Manager, is here as well. We've been promising to give you folks an update on the all of the capital expenses at the landfill. And we thought we were in good shape, but we did request an 11% increase this past year. And we wanted to explain why, but then also give you a good picture of the major expenditures that could be coming up in the next 5 to 10 years at the landfill, so that monitoring that fund balance is going to be very, very important. We had a pretty good idea. Thank goodness for Debbie Pack, our finance director, that she filled in all the blanks and helped us get it down to a lot higher degree of detail. It did change our numbers pretty significantly, so we were really pleased to have her input into the process, but we want to thank her too as well. Commissioner Hodges had asked a couple questions, and I'll try to address those in the presentation as we're going through it. The city owns and operates the landfill and has for a number of years. And we've been warning you of some potential major impacts to the financial side. There are major capital expenses out there. So we wanted to make sure and summarize those, talk about our fund balances as of last fiscal year, and then give you a picture of what we propose the tipping fees and some of the actions ought to be for the next 5 to 10 year planning horizon. So we're going to go over those capital expenses. We're going to look at the tipping fees, give you a picture of where the fund balances were at the end of last year and project it into this year. The major expenses that we do know we will incur are new cell construction. We build a new cell about every 5 years. The KDHE requires a theoretical calculation of our post-closure costs annually. So we're going to explain that a little bit and kind of give you a picture of what our current closure and post-closure costs are. We've got landfill gas collection that is also a regulatory requirement. And 2 years ago, they were proposing to reduce the threshold of landfill gas, which would have made us very likely that we would exceed the threshold within the next couple of years. So we've made some projections on the current rule and then also on the proposed rule. The proposed rule was actually halted when President Trump came into office, that him and the EPA had a difference of opinion on regulatory restrictions, and that was one that was placed on hold when his administration took the lead. With the tipping fees, we are projecting some fund balance growth, but then also targeting where that growth needs to go. And as you're well aware, the equipment at the landfill, very large excavators, compactors, bulldozers, scrapers. The scrapers cost over $1 million a piece, so they do last a long time, but we have multiple scrapers, multiple bulldozers, compactors, trucks and water trucks and all those kinds of things. We've got a chart of the capital expenditures just for equipment. So we're going to make some projections and then kind of summarize it and then try to answer any questions that you have along the way. But I went into the kind of the 4 categories. New landfill construction every 5 years, going to cost $2.5 to $3 million. The next couple of cells are going to run a little bit more than usual because we've got some wastewater. The evaporation pond will need some work with cell 21, and then we're proposing to go to cell 6, which is on the north side of the landfill, and that will require a new road. So rather than just build a cell, we've got some ancillary things that are going to make those cells cost a little more. We're going to talk about or propose a closure contract and explain where and when and why later on in the presentation, to preserve some of the bond rating for the city, and so it doesn't look like we have such a huge obligation. Closure costs, our closure, post-closure is $8.25 million currently. When you think about it, every time we open a cell, theoretically we should be closing a cell. But because we're building stair steps, we actually have 3 active cells at a time. We're opening up one down here before we can actually finish the top one. When we reach the ultimate height, then we can actually close the cell. We have 2.5 cells that have reached ultimate height but are not closed yet, so we'll talk about those. Landfill gas collection, there again, it's a moving target as far as the threshold, when that needs to be enacted. And then once we are found to have met the threshold, we will have 30 months to construct a new system. So we've got a little bit of time to do the construction, but 30 months is not enough time to collect the money you need. So we're starting early on collecting those funds as necessary. And then just the equipment costs themselves are substantial, and we've looked at the life cycle of all of the equipment at the landfill. And Larry Hammonds, our superintendent, is back here. He's been very instrumental in operating the landfill, but then also in making these projections. Larry does a great job for us, and I want to give him recognition. But the new landfill construction is $2 to $2.5 million. The post-closure contract that we're proposing is about $5 million. The landfill gas collection system is going to be over $5 million. And then our capital costs can be anywhere from $500,000 to almost $2 million a year. So if you're doing the math at home, that's about $14 million. Our $4.5 million fund balance doesn't pay for all that. So that was, and it's not all mandatory or necessary, and we're going to explain that. But that was one of the reasons that we proposed an 11% increase this year and a $2 increase for the next several years annually. So last year, or currently this year, we're at $36 a ton. And as you can see, the public landfills are listed here. The publicly owned landfills are at the top of the page. The private ones are at the bottom of the page. Salina's landfill at $36. Our current fees was below the public average. The public average is $39.70. There's one really low outlier in there, and that's Coffee County. Coffee County is significantly lower than the rest of the counties because a lot of what Coffee County does is subsidized by Wolf Creek nuclear power plant. They have a big tax base that none of the rest of us do. So if you take them out of the mix, the public average is $41.72, and we were at $36. So we proposed $40 a ton this year, which puts us right in the middle of the public landfills and lower than all but one of the private landfills if you look at them at the bottom of the page. The $4 a ton, we collect about 85,000 tons a year, so that'll generate $340,000 a year, which sounds like a lot of money, but at the same time, you remember my previous slide, the previous slide was 5 million here and 5 million there. It takes us 3 years of that just to make $1 million. So we have to collect in advance of some of these major expenditures. The fund balances, this is as of 2019, and they're the actuals for last year. I wanted to mention the sanitation fund balance, just because the sanitation is a separate fund balance, but is impacted by the solid waste fees. That as we raise the solid waste fees, then our own sanitation department has to pay higher tipping fees as well. You guys have had a lot of conversations, or we've had a lot of conversations about our current sanitation system, and you have approved automated trucks, which we have in the process of ordering, and plan on at least spending down some of that fund balance to purchase the carts. Out of that $1.7 million fund balance, we plan on using $1.03 million on the purchase of the carts. It's not very steady, but we have averaged our solid waste balance for the last 5 years, and it's anywhere from being flat to $1 million in growth, but we've averaged $450,000 a year for the last 5 years. So our fund balance has grown from $2 million to $4.5 million, which is in the right direction. But as you'll see in a little bit, that is not enough to pay for all the expected expenses. The Solid Waste Capital Reserve Fund is the reserve fund that is used for the solid waste or the landfill equipment. And we do not make regular payments into that. It's actually been stagnant for the last couple of years with just some minor expenditures. The plan for that is to make transfers from our solid waste fund balance to the capital reserve as needed. So that'll buy about 1.5 scrapers, 1.7 million. Okay, this next slide here is, there's an awful lot of information here, and this is really the background or the meat of the presentation. And we want you to understand how the current landfill is laid out, how much of it's done already, where we're working, and where we plan to go. The old landfill, or pre-subtitle D, is this section right here, which is the biggest area out there. And that was before there were regulations on lining it and collecting the leachate and all those kinds of things. But that was the pre-subtitle D landfill, and it's been closed or is closed. To orient yourself, north is to the top of the page. The office is right down in here where the gate is. You come in, drive this way over to the active cells. At the very top of the page here, cells 1 and 2A are also complete and reach their ultimate height and are complete, but have not, or have been officially closed. They've got the required cover to be considered closed. 2B, 3, and 4 have reached their ultimate height, but they are not closed yet. They haven't had the extra fill dirt placed over them, and they haven't been put to bed. You notice that when we talk about the proposed cell closure contract, it's just the yellow portion of that, which is the interior portion of that. We can't actually close the entire cell because our current master plan, we will put material adjacent to the sides of those hills as we expand out. So the sides actually aren't complete yet. The top portion, or the top tier, is the only portion that's complete. Cell 5 is down here, and it is getting close to being completed. But there was a change in the master plan a few years back, and instead of going from cell 5 to cell 6, they changed it and they went straight south. So we're working on 19, 20, and 21. And one of the reasons for that is the leachate pond is down here, and because of the natural drainage and just the construction activities, it makes it more cost effective to collect that and in the system, working north and south, than coming clear up here in the north. Off this page, there are a number of cells right here. Cells 13, 14, and 15 run up and down. 16, 17, and 18 run east and west. Once we complete cell 21, it's our plan or proposal. We'll work with our landfill consultant, but we believe that going back up to cell 6 for the same reasons that we completed these cells will be more cost effective. We will have to build an additional road to get there, this red line to get there, but we think it's going to be more cost effective to do that. There again, cells 5's getting close, but 19, 20, and then 21 will be in 5 years. Those are active cells, and we can't close those now. Now, when I talk about closure, post-closure, the regulatory requirements that KDHE, it's a theoretical. They make every landfill do it, but if things changed right now and we had to close the landfill, they calculate a theoretical number on what it would cost to close everything you have open. The cells that are at full height, and then all the cells that aren't at full height even. So that number is the 8.25 million that we've been reporting to you. we would never do that, barring some natural catastrophe, that we plan on filling these cells and continuing to use the landfill. But that number, every time we open a cell, you think about it, our cost to close it is also growing every year. And by the time we get down to here, we believe that the post-closure costs are going to be in excess of $10 million. And that's kind of a $10 million bill that the city has that's on their books that the auditors and stuff look at. And that's kind of the threshold that we believe we need to start closing some of the open cells so that we don't continue to grow that obligation. But at the same time, there is annual maintenance is required on everything that's open. Additional erosion control, seeding, those kinds of things. But once you put it to bed and it's considered closed, it costs less to maintain it than when it's currently open. So,
Could I ask a question at this point?
Yes.
You talk about closure and post-closure costs, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but those are actually two separate things. You got the closure cost, which is a couple of $1 million a cell probably, at which we seal it up and turn it into its permanent sarcophagus type state. It's sealed and
yes.
And then, which is essentially a one-time expense of that amount. And then there's post-closure costs, which have to do with the gas abatement and all of the other care that we have to provide to the facility from now until eternity.
Correct.
And that is post-closure cost. So that is really kind of an annual cost. And when they calculate the closure, post-closure, they basically sum those together for a period of, and I don't know what time they use for the post-closure costs, probably 20 years or something. So it's important, I think, to remember that those are two separate things, and one is a one-time expense, and the other is an expense from now until forever that will essentially be as an operating expense on an annual basis.
Absolutely. And we're going to talk about
is that characterization correct?
Yes, that
Okay.
is correct. That even after we close it, we have to maintain it forever. We can't reduce ourselves from that obligation. Once we meet the threshold of gas collection, just the operating costs for that system are expected to be $150,000 a year. And then once the landfill's closed, as long as you're above those thresholds, you'll still have to maintain and operate that system until you reduce or you get to the threshold where that's not necessary. So there's a lot of costs even after we're done with it that we could incur. Is there anything else on this slide, Jim?
The number that you were referring to is for post-closure care is 30 years.
30 years.
That's what's
Okay.
required.
This last cell down here, 21, our leachate pond is right south of that. So when we get to building this cell, we have to modify the leachate ponds and change the road, and there are some additional costs with this next cell construction, which will be about 5 years from now. So it'll run $2.5 to $3 million versus the about $2 million that we have been seeing. So the one big unknown, we know that we're going to have to build new cells. We know that we're going to have to close them. We know we're going to have to buy equipment. We don't know when we're going to have to collect the gas. That depends on the regulatory threshold. And that's the next slide, Jim, if you want to go to it. Currently, it's 60 megagrams a year. And the way they calculate that is they use a surrogate or collect hexane and methane, and they come up with a calculation, a big long calculation as far as how many megatons of that carbon product that you're producing a year. They had proposed to reduce that from 50 to 34 2 years ago. We were in the final rule making, and the current administration halted that change. Now, if we stay with the current administration, we would expect the rules to stay the same. If we change administrations, we don't know how quickly they could or couldn't go back. So we've had to plan for that 34 megagrams per year in our finances to be prepared. The next time we'll get an actual test of the is 2023. So if we exceed the threshold and the rules change, we would have 30 months to build design and build a landfill gas collection
So
system.
that 34 milligrams per year is for all cells
Yes,
combined?
it's a calculation for how much the landfill is producing.
And does that include the pre-subtitle D also? So it does.
It's megatons per year, or megagrams per year. Megagrams per year.
But it does include the 66.9 acre
Yes.
one also,
It's-
okay.
It's the landfill that we're responsible for.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was, okay.
So every 5 years, they run the test, the official test, and then they calculate it for the interim years. Our next 5-year test is 2023, so it could happen in 2023, it could happen 5 years later, or it could happen in 2033, 5 years after that. So we've given you 3 different scenarios of when we think we might have to start collecting landfill gas. Go ahead. You can see we're right at 24 or 23.8 in 2016. They projected that up, and depending on if it keeps the constant curve or flattens out again, we're projected to be anywhere from 24 to 34. The 34 would exceed that new threshold if they do lower it. The current rule is actually this 50 megagrams per year. It's up here. But these are our last 3 times that we've done it. 2023 is the next 5-year increment that we'll actually be subject to. But once we exceed the threshold, that 30 months is not much time to collect revenues if you haven't already tried to collect it. That $5 or $6 million that you'll need to build it, and then $150,000 a year after that to operate it.
Quick question. How do we know whether or not our curve is flattening or our curve is going up if we only do the testing once every 5 years? Is there any interim means to measure it
They do a
between?
theoretical calculation, but they don't actually measure it. I don't know how expensive it is, but it's something they only do on a 5-year basis.
Okay.
So you talk about we need to collect, to have some funds available. Have we been doing that, and do we have those funds set aside somewhere?
Yeah, well, we have started. We went from a $2 million fund balance up to a $4.5 million fund balance. But then we also added $4 a ton tipping fee this year that'll add $340,000 a year. We were growing our fund balance at about $450,000 a year.
But those dollars are also used to open and close cells, correct?
We actually have been opening and closing cells. We're bonding those and paying for those out of operating expenses. So our fund balance has not been going down
Okay.
as part of that.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So the 4.5, except for the times that we transfer to the capital fund for purchases, is there for I call it the gas remediation or whatever.
Right, it'll be for either a closure contract, the gas remediation, or major transfers to the capital reserve for trucks and scrapers and compactors.
Okay, if I might pursue that line of thought, it used to be, and I don't know when or if this really stopped, but we used to try to calculate the equipment costs over about a 10 or 20-year cycle. I think we used 20 years, and then we would allocate 1/20th of that total cost into that capital reserve fund every year, and we'd make those transfers. That's apparently no longer being done. Do your numbers here include restarting that process?
We haven't actually went back and
Setting that money aside, so and then you pay it out of the capital reserve fund, and you don't take a budgetary hit for a scraper, which is a huge budgetary hit at one time.
Right. No, we've actually got a schedule later on in the presentation that shows the one-time expenses, and whether you annualize or capitalize those over a 5 or 10-year period is possible. I know we've talked about it with Debbie on whether or not there's at least a few years that we think we need to buy a year earlier or a year later, just because we've got, like 2031, we've got a huge, 3 things due at once, so
And you need to be ready for that.
And you can spread that out over time.
However you account for it, I just think from a budgetary basis, it looks a little smoother on the budgetary side if you do that out of a reserve fund rather than out of your regular budgetary accounts. The other question is there should be a post-closure fund associated with this that we're required to put 50 cents a ton into every year. And that should have about $1.25 million in it this time. It's been going for about 25 years. I don't see that on the reporting. And that was intended for post-closure. It wasn't very well defined, but in the original solid waste rate schedules, 50 cents was set aside for post-closure. And I know I did a calculation on that probably 10 years ago now, and at that time, with what we knew then, that was about 50% of what it would take to take care of the post-closure costs at that time. But my suggestion is if we can start setting that aside now before we have to provide post-closure care, we can establish a balance and a habit of having that money designated for post-closure so we don't have to, when gas collection becomes necessary, we're kind of ready to step right into that with a little bit of a set aside to absorb any, fluctuations that might occur.
Okay, the independent accounting for that, I think, probably has been lost since you were our financial director. It's my assumption that it's still included in the total capital or total solid waste fund, but actually accounting for it separate and calling it out as post-closure money is something that I was unaware of. So
there was at one time a separate post-closure fund, and on the old numbering system, I think it was 631 or something like that.
Okay, that's absolutely something we'll look into, Commissioner France.
And it would have had about $1 million in it at that time,
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Well, we do have some unusual accounting in the sanitation fund because of something similar. So part of it that is a capital reserve fund
Right.
that was set aside for the recycling and the diversion and those kinds of things. But it's still part of the main reserve or the
Right.
fund balance.
I'm wondering if maybe that fund was consolidated with the operating fund at the time that we did the software transition. That's entirely possible that those two were combined, which probably shouldn't have happened, but stuff happens sometimes. It would be good to follow up on that and try to get that separated out, because if that's a part of your $4.5 million, you really don't have $4.5 million. It's really something less than that.
Yeah, no, that would be good to know.
Because of, $1.25 million of that should be set aside for post-closure.
Okay. And then, you guys have had a lot of struggles back and forth on what the appropriate fund balance is, and we can't answer that for you. Right now, we've got a lot of things that we know we're going to spend money on, and then a few things that we might have to spend money on. We want to put you in a position where you can, especially in 2023, you'll have money in the bank to do it if you need it, but then you can also make some decisions about what tipping fees you want to charge in the future based on the more current data. So.
And Commissioner Franz, with this whole exercise, the intent is to transfer that money to have a true fund balance and an operational fund balance in the solid waste fund, and then transfer that stuff to the reserves
And then have a
spend
capital
out of that.
reserve
So
and
exactly how you said.
post-closure. Yeah, I'm on board with that. That's what we should be doing.
Okay, and that goes into just a nice tie-in with the next slide. Now that we kind of know some of the numbers of what and maybe when, we need to figure out how we're going to pay for the new cell constructions, the closing costs, the post-closure costs, the landfill gas collection, and major equipment replacement. So we had to make some assumptions, and that, you can shoot holes in the assumptions, but we had to start somewhere. We have an annual tonnage of about 85,000 tons right now, and we've had of course, a few years back, we took a major hit when McPherson opened their own landfill, and we've been recouping some of those tonnage, or we have some annual growth, but we assume zero annual growth on the premise that as Salinans and citizens become more conservative and we increase our efforts for recycling, that we can at least maintain the current tonnage. And we'll go into the tonnages of of the recycling that we've collected to date. But that's a pretty major assumption, is that we're going to maintain 85,000 tons, which is real close to what we've done for the last 3 years. As part of the budget process this year, we increased the tipping fees by $4 a ton, from $36 to $40 a ton, put us in the middle of the pack, and that raises about $340,000 a year, or $250,000. We have been experiencing some fund balance growth over the last 5 years that averages about $450,000 a year. So that puts our piggy bank growing at about $750,000 a year. Even with those projected revenues, we looked at the potential expenses and determined that you'll need to raise tipping fees by at least $2 a year from 2022 to 2035. And just to stay positive, you could go back to raising it $1.50 a year from 2027 to 2035, because we're looking at about a 15-year planning window. To put it in perspective, though, a $2 per ton on a $40 cost is a 2.5% increase. So it's just right at inflation, or a little over inflation, just the $2 per ton tipping fee increase that we're proposing, or we're asking you to look at. We will need to monitor the EPA regulations, which is administered through KDHE, and whatever the threshold is, plan for that. We may have to go into collections, get landfill gas collections within the next 10 to 15 years. We think that it's pretty important that we reduce our post-closure costs when you reach that $10 million threshold. And so in all of our scenarios, we've planned for about a $5 million closure contract to be done in 2028, or 2027, excuse me. And that'll reduce that future obligation down from 10 million down to less than 5. We don't think we're going to need landfill gas collection in 2 years. It's possible that you may need to, we may get told to do it in 2028. It's probably even more probable in 2033. As we keep adding materials to our landfill, it continues to grow, it continues to degrade, and more gas is collected or released.
When you say expect 2033, is that because of the increased gas emissions, or is that because we went from 50 to 34?
Well, even if you took the current straight line projection, by 2023 we'll exceed the 50. So even if they don't change the regulations, by 2023 we could
2023 or
2033, excuse me.
33, okay.
We could exceed that 50 megagrams per year, even without a change in regulation. So we don't expect no one expects for them to raise that threshold. It'll stay at 50 or get smaller, with all of the emphasis right now on emissions, global warming, and those kinds of things.
And so we're looking at increasing tipping fees at $2 a ton annually for 5 years, so that'll be like an increase of $10 over that 5-year period per ton?
Yes.
So that would put us up in the $50 range, and then that'll continue?
Yeah, it's actually from 2022 to 2026, the next 4 or 5 years at $2 a ton, and then from 27 to 35 at $1.50 a ton. And that's just with prorating and using compounding interest and inflating our labor expenses and operating expenses and all those kinds of things. That's what's necessary to keep a positive fund balance. We would think you'd want to maintain some sort of $1 million, $2 million, $3 million in there, that you would have to raise it even more if you wanted to, and you'll see in a few slides where that occurs. But you'll have better information to determine what you need to do with your tipping fee in a couple years. So
Jim?
we thought, go ahead.
It is important to note, though, that the tipping fee calculations that run across the top of the chart that Jim will get to in the next couple slides is based on a worst-case scenario in which landfill gas collection becomes necessary in 2023. If that does not occur, then that changes the amount of cost that the city's required revenue to have, and that tipping fee would not have to be adjusted. So you have to look at that slide as this is the worst case scenario, saying that I have to buy all this equipment, perform landfill gas emissions collection, and do the closure, post-closure contract. If you did not have all of those things happening at once, that will have an impact on what the tipping fees need to be. So this is not to say that we intend to raise the fees to those levels. This is intended to say if all of these things happened and an administration changes the requirement from 50 to 34, then it could be possible that we would have to do all of these things, and this would be the ultimate cost for it. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
The next slide is getting in more specific about the capital costs for equipment. And Commissioner France was absolutely right with some of this equipment costing in excess of $1 million. Spreading that cost out over multiple years to balance the budget or equalize your payments makes sense. So that you could read this, it's actually on 2 slides, but you can see down here that a scraper right now is $1.15 million, and you inflate it out. In 4 or 5 years, it's 1.27, and 4 or 5 years later, you're 1.4 million. So just for the scrapers, we've got bulldozers that are $750,000, $836,000 if you inflate it out 10 more years. We've got some assumptions in here as far as rebuilding equipment versus buying new equipment, and we've tried to show that these life cycle costs here. And because of switching from the south end of the landfill to the north end of the landfill, we'll actually need an extra dozer to work both sides of the mountain at the same time. We're rebuilding. We're buying a new dozer here, but then we're going to keep the old one instead of trading it in and rebuilding it, just so we can work both sides of the hill for a while. And that'll mean an additional person operator as well. But go ahead to the next one, Jim. You can see there's these go from no expenses are $33,000 in excess of $2 million annually, based on what year equipment falls into their replacement cycle. And that's not saying that they always last that long, or that you absolutely need to trade them in that year. That's a management decision when they get to that end of their life. So,
there's something that strikes me about this schedule. If you look at the period just from 2021 to 2026, it comes up, if my mental math is correct, to a little over $3 million in expenses over 6 years. That's $500,000 a year. Well, you've been coming out ahead $450,000 a year the last couple of years that you haven't been setting aside equipment. That $450,000 is all eaten up by our equipment schedule. And I want to emphasize how important it is to have this kind of thing in place, so you're not, going down the road happy as a clam because you're making $450,000 a year, and hey, we don't need to do anything, when in fact you're losing money.
right. Now that's absolutely our point.
That's a pretty basic thing.
We need to save early and often to be prepared for these things.
Absolutely. I mean, when you hit a $1 million scraper bill, that gets your attention.
And there are a couple things in this chart that aren't actually in the totals. Demolishing the old shooting range, landfill, shelter, and then remediating the dump that's on the same property. We expect that to cost $300,000 to $400,000, and those aren't included in these annual totals because we have not budgeted for them yet. I know City Manager Mike Scragg saved us a lot of money in his negotiations with the baseball fields, because a lot of the excess dirt that they're using there, we're going to be able to use to place over the top of that old landfill to help put it to bed. So it's about half of the soil we need, but if it's, when you have to buy it, and it's anywhere from $4 to $10 a cubic yard, that's money well spent, so. But that is $400,000 that the next Public Works Director is going to ask you for.
How are we looking, I know, and I'm thinking back to a commission information memorandum, I think from last year or the year before, where we have former landfill sites in Salina, former dump sites, that we're still trying to get remediated. How many of those do we still have out there? And do we have any sense of what our obligations are going to be for dealing with those responsibly?
Yes, ma'am. I invited the state person who's in charge of the KDHE Old City Dump Program. We toured them, and we've, if you recall, we've closed 3 of them in about the last 10 years. We've done the remediation work to 3 of them and completed all that work. Mr. Height, the inspector, came down, inspected them, passed them, so they are good to go. All the other sites are considered good to go. The only site that remains is the old shooting range. That is also an old city dump. And that simply means what they, in the 70s, they used to dig a hole and put trash in it, and they cover it. Well, over time, that breaks down, and if you walked on top of that property where it's kind of up on the hill above where the PD used to shoot, there's a lot of voids and that kind of thing in it. So he said in order to require this, much like the other projects that we did, you remove all the scrap metal that's out on top. You apply 18 inches of soil across the entire site. So it ends up being 64,000 cubic yards. That's how we came up with these numbers. 30-some thousand if we get that soil from the baseball fields, which, cuts it in half. And then we seed it, and that site will be closed. So the short answer is, this is the only one that's left.
This is the only one that's outstanding?
Yes,
The rest
ma'am.
of them have all been remediated or closed like they need to be closed per the state, and we won't have any more obligations to those other sites?
Well, again, over time, they can settle. So if the inspector, what they do is the inspectors go out, it's unannounced, they don't, it's just they go tour these old sites, they know where all the locations are periodically. So in the future, one of those sites could settle out more, which would require some more remediation. On one of our remediation sites, we were able to sell the scrap metal, and we actually came out ahead in cost, in our costs. In another one, it was more, we had to buy enough we had enough material in place that all we had to do was re-excavate the site. So the only expenses we had was grass, seed, and erosion matting. This one is different in that we need so much soil. Normally, I wouldn't expect them to be anywhere near this extent.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to get a sense of future obligations on those sites as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before we get to the final 3 scenarios for landfill gas collection, the very first thing I mentioned was the first assumption is that we have 85,000 tons a year going to the landfill. We've averaged that for the last 3 years, but to get a little more specific, this has been a year that no one expected, and kind of how has that impacted the whole landfill operations was a question that Commissioner Hodgett had asked, so we're going to try to attempt that. In 2018, we had 84,828 tons in the landfill, so just right under 85,000. Last year, we had 85,560, so we were just a little bit over 85,000. That's been pretty steady for the last 4 or 5 years. Now, this year has been so unusual with stay-at-home orders, businesses closed. We've changed our recycling that we're doing in the city. So we wanted to to see where we're at this year compared to the previous 2 years. So year-to-date numbers from now through August 1st, we didn't want to include September since it wasn't complete yet, but from January through August 1st of 2018, we had 58,275 tons. Last year, we had 58,150 tons. And this year, we're right at 57,971 tons. So if you do the math, we're 180 tons less than where we were last year, and we're 300 tons less than we were in 19, or in 18, excuse me. So we're very, very close. That's kind of just normal operations. We see more than 300 tons per month difference in just all of these columns. So it's very, very close to a normal year, even with all the abnormal stuff we've been putting up with, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I didn't know if it was something where we would be able to see numbers reflected from the discontinuation of our curbside recycling and for the drive-through recycling center having been closed for quite a period of time during COVID, and I didn't know what that.
And that's
What
the
kind of an
thing about our
impact?
recycling, that we're going through an extraordinary amount of effort, but a lot of that stuff is just it's very, very big, but it's light. That our recycling center, which has been enormously positive and growing at about a 20% annual rate, only collected the last 2 years about 500 tons, 525 tons. 525 tons out of 85,000 is like 0.02%. It's less than 1%. So there's a whole lot of effort going into recycling, but as far as the actual tonnage, it's not making a lot of difference in the tonnage anyway. Now, that's not to say that we're only recycling, 0.002% as a community, because there are very, very enormous efforts to recycle iron and metal and cardboard on the private side that aren't captured in those numbers. So, but we are very, very close to where we were last year, even with the 500 tons that we've been recycling. Does that answer your questions?
It does. Thank you very
Okay.
much. I appreciate it.
Yep. No, that just, it was a good exercise because we really didn't know either. We felt like we were down. I know Larry and Jim said they had some months that were down. April was down, but we've made up for it in other areas. So the next slide is, as Jim Teutsch said, this is a worst case scenario. How could we maintain a positive fund balance if you had to start doing landfill gas in 2023? So scenario A is where we do gas collection in 2023. We do our next cell construction 5 years from now. Then we do that closure contract in 6 or 7 years from now. We buy the equipment and stuff as per the schedule. You would need to raise the tipping fees by $2 a year for the next 5 years, 5 or 6 years, and $1.50 a year thereafter, which is about a 2 to 2.5% increase, which is really very standard. I know you say, well, we're at $63 a ton in 2035. Well, all the other landfills on that list, we would expect them to raise their fees by 2 to 3% a year as well. So we think we're still going to be middle of the pack if that did happen. But scenario A, which is the very worst case scenario, if you look over here, in 2032, we get down to a $32,000 balance.
Is that
Fund
with those rate increases?
Yes.
That's factored into
Yep.
that already. So
That's-
that
all
is-
of these rate increases give you this resulting fund balance
Okay.
for the 3 different scenarios. We want to keep the rates the same. Best case scenario is you don't have to do it till 2033, and we still have 6 or 7 million in the bank. So, but you have to start collecting that early if you want to have it when you need it. It's not like you can just change your rates by $10 or $15 a year to make up for it. You want that gradual increase, 2 or 3% a year, that is standard with the, operating costs and fees that you would pay somewhere else. Working with Debbie Pack, our finance manager, she helped us not only look at the capital side, but all these other things as far as personnel, healthcare, operating expenses, inflating those the way she would normally do it. We've added inflation on the construction contracts. She's added the cost to bond on all of those construction contracts. And this is for a ballpark number, this is as exact as we can make it at this time with the information that we have. You'll have a lot better information 2 or 3 years from now on what you want to do with fees, and you'll also have a lot better idea of what you need to do as far as landfill gas collection. You don't, and if push came to shove, worst case scenario, you wouldn't have to do that closure contract. You could postpone it indefinitely as well. It's not going to, we won't tell you how it affects your bond rating and stuff until it starts affecting it. So we didn't get any good answers out of them on what's a normal number for this or how does it impact your financial ratings. It's just that you have to calculate it every year, and it is considered an obligation for the city when it's necessary for the closure, post-closure.
So a question about that, and that has always been kind of a mysterious calculation. You know, the engineers do it, and you come out with this number at the end. If we were to close a couple of cells, would the calculation the next year reflect that and show that our closure cost is now lower than it used to be?
Yes, that's the intent, is that
Okay,
we would
so-
drop it from 10 million down to, 4 or 5.
Okay.
That those would be considered closed, and the post-closure to maintain those might go up a little bit,
Yeah.
but that's still insignificant compared to trying to maintain a live cell.
And the reason why is because it's calculated on volume of waste that are in open cells. So the greater the volume, the greater the cost to close.
Landfill gas collection system, once it is installed, it will be installed over the entire landfill, including the pre-subtitled E portion. They'll collect gas, and there's a lot of assumptions with that gas collection. Right now, you can collect the gas and actually flare it to get rid of it. With all of the environmental things that are going on and global warming and emissions, we don't know how long that landfills are going to be able to do that. And the cost of a collection system and or a pipeline to do something with that gas is another, $5 million. It seems like everything Larry does at the landfill is $5 million. No, it's just picking on Larry there, but it's very expensive. There's no natural gas pipeline real close that we can connect to. The other option is you can capture that gas, compress it, and use it to operate your own equipment with compressed natural gas. But there again, you have to have a lot of gas and a lot of equipment that makes it cost effective for that investment. But we're making the assumption that right now that we can flare that gas once we collect it. Because apparently burned gas is better environmentally than raw gas, according to the rules today.
So currently you have, we're making projections as to when we're going to need to do that, but there's really, from a legislative, we have no idea where anyone stands on being required to collect that. That's just discussion that's out there in the future.
Well, the EPA, when working through KDHE, went through all of the formal actions that they deemed necessary with the hearings and notices and comments to make it happen. But then when the Trump administration took office, him and the EPA, he cut their budgets and he restricted them on some of the things that they could enact, and this was one of the things that his administration actually stopped. So they were ready to do it. It was imminent, and with this change in administration, it didn't happen.
To drop the number, but not to require it to be captured instead of burn off.
We don't have any idea. That is just speculation right now.
Okay, that's just, okay.
That's just speculation as far as whether or not it'll have to be captured in the future. It's just all the signs, environmental concerns, concerns for the planet. We don't know that, just the impacts of all the wildfires right now as far as impacts on the planet. It's going to be years before we know how much carbon and stuff's been released, so. And I guess definitely welcome your questions. That's what the whole point of the study session is. But the next slide, Jim. We tried to just explain that we know we're going to build new cells about every 5 years, and those are expensive. They're $2 to $3 million. We're accruing closure costs and post-closure costs every every day that goes by, we open a cell and we're going to need to close that cell eventually. So those costs are in the background escalating. The equipment to operate the landfill is very expensive. We're trying to spread those costs out and annualize those, but we went through some rebuilds in lieu of buying new equipment, and some of those have worked out and some of them haven't. So buying new equipment out there, when you're talking 750 to 1,000 to over $1 million, is very, very expensive. And then just the changing regulations. As you said, we don't know for sure when the gas collection is going to take place for sure. And then, 5 or 10 years from now, we don't even know if we'll be able to flare it if we do collect it. So those may be new expenses that some future commission is going to have to deal with. But we don't want an empty purse for the folks that are going to have to deal with that. We want to build our bank account and be prepared as much as we can. So this is an enterprise fund, and it has to pay for itself, but provide service to the public. And then you're going to have a few more things to do as far as next year. The soil remediation project, we had kind of a plan worked out with KDHE to use some of the soils excavated from the river project to use as the fill. If the decision is made to postpone or delay the river project at all, we're going to have to come up with another source of dirt to complete that. But we have an approved plan with KDHE right now. The soil from the baseball enterprises and the field work is going to help, but we are going to have a plan to complete that within the next couple of years. And that's, probably $200,000 to $400,000. And then we're also going to have to make a decision later on. We're going to prepare some information for you as far as recycling in the city and whether or not to renew the lease on the recycling center. If you want to go to go to curbside collection, if you want to buy the building, continue leasing it, do something completely different. You need a lot more information to make that decision. We're going to try to bring that to you later this year. Anything else, Jim?
Did I miss something? What's the soil remediation at the animal shelter?
The animal shelter, shooting range, landfill, that's.
Okay,
what
you're
we're-
calling that the animal,
Yeah,
okay. I
yeah,
thought it was,
It's had
Yeah.
several different
Yeah.
purposes.
Another one?
I was like, I thought you said we only had the old shooting
Yeah,
range, so
yeah.
No,
that's
it was.
It was animal, you're correct, okay. It had a
Had
column
a lot
in
of
it, like
live,
it
but
was a
it's the same
separate.
spot out on Old
Okay,
40.
yeah, it had,
It's what you'd call a multi-purpose location,
okay,
Yeah, we're going to have to clean it up.
that makes sense, okay.
If I could, I would just clarify a question, Mayor Hoppick, that you had asked earlier in the presentation when we were looking at slide 8. So if I can, I want to back up and just cover that real quick. The projections that we are making are assuming kind of the worst-case scenario, and that in the next 10 years, that the threshold becomes 34. I'm certainly not prepared to make a projection on whether or not we have the potential in the next 10 years to hit 50. But if they make the change of the threshold to 35, it is very likely that we will hit that threshold, possibly as soon as the 2026 test. Jim kept referring to 2023, and on the slide you saw 2021, because Jim was referring to the time that we would have to implement the system, 30 months later. The test will take place in 2021. We would have to implement 30 months later if it were to be over that threshold. So I kind of wanted to just clarify those 2 points.
5 years is 21, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't explain that very well.
A question about the gas, and I don't want to poke the bear here, so to speak, but what effect does the fact that we are now putting all of our yard waste in the landfill have on the gas production from that facility? Because that's a lot of organics that's going in there that at one time we at least tried not to. Do you think that accelerates our progress towards this threshold or not?
I can't remember the exact tonnages, but the tonnage is kind of like our recycling. In comparison with 85,000, it's a really small
It's
percentage.
a pretty small portion.
And
Okay.
the thing about yard waste, whether we're taking it to our landfill having it processed off-site like we used to, it was producing the same gas wherever it was. It's just a matter of if you're having to collect it and care for it, so. But yeah, it's not as small a tonnage as our recycling. It is a lot wetter, heavier organic material, but not everyone was collecting it when we did have it available. But we had talked about that and didn't think it was a significant amount, but we're not experts on it, Rod, so we can't really give you an accurate technical answer on it.
But it should be remembered that we're only talking about the delta because the landfill has always had green waste being added to it. So the delta is really what was being separated by the program. So it's about 1,500 to 2,000 tons, divided into 85,000, and that tells you, how much more we're adding. And then obviously then the emissions that are produced, there's a percentage of that is methane. So I think if you calculate it, you're going to find that, yes, it's increased, but it's going to be a very small percentage.
I do have one question on the last slide, on the last point, on your summary. Decision on the drive-through recycling center is required by the end of the year. And I know that we're almost to October now, and the end of the year is going to be coming up very quickly. So I guess, what are we doing to help prepare to make that decision? I know there's been a lot of volatility in the recyclable market. There's different options out there that we've heard just a little bit about in terms of other ways that we could go when collecting our own recycling, whether that is restriction of materials, whether it makes sense for us to transport our materials down to Hutchinson, et cetera, et cetera. What are we doing to kind of get ready to help us make an informed decision about that, and so that we're not meeting in mid-December and don't, feel like we have the information that we need at hand?
Would you like all the questions on that at once?
Well, I'll start off with, we went from a small subscription program to a citywide drop-off location, and we heard a lot of different comparisons with Abilene and other major collection sites, and not hearing any guidance as far as the level of capital expenditure that the commission would like to see us explore. We have not done that as far as a major recycling. We have not looked into what it would take to buy Kmart and do a full-blown operation to separate the plastics and the papers and the aluminums. And we were going to report on the productivity and the efficiency of the recycling center, and then get further guidance from you. And it's not that we have to make a decision by the end of the year. We were going to bring it to you by the end of the year so that we can make a decision on whether or not to renew that lease in February or March. So
Right.
That's what we were doing.
I think one point that I would add, though, is while, during Jim's tenure, I think we have looked at multiple buildings in Salina. We regularly look at LoopNet. We know what CompPro is putting out, what's available in the city. And I think Jim is echoing what my point has been all along, a commitment to change our operations to the degree that we are fully separating all of our recyclables. The very first thing I would ask is, I have to have capital in order to purchase a building large enough to do that. The small set of warehouses that are just north of General Services that were for sale earlier this year, if I recall, would have been over $1 million. And that would not have been the most ideal location. With the way the buildings are laid out in a linear fashion, we probably could make it work, but it would not have been ideal. So, I mean, those are the numbers you're talking about. I think all of us felt from staff, I won't say that, I'll speak for myself. I felt that it was first, what I thought was most important was to bring all of the very real, very present capital expenses that we are facing now before we start talking about how much you want to invest in that, because none of the slides that we have done today, that Jim has presented today, include the number for purchasing a facility that would give us the capability of doing full separation.
And I get that. I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
go
interrupt. I think that, I appreciate having this, and I love having, our obligations for whatever the next 10 years, 20 years, whatever. But I feel like globally, philosophically, strategic plan-wise, that what our plan for recycling and diverting waste from the landfill is a component part of that, because if we're talking about making a significant investment that can divert a whole bunch of materials from the landfill and perhaps make an impact that allows us to defer, methane gas collection by 2 years or 5 years or whatever, then, I mean, to me, that's a huge win. So
we
I don't know
have-
how you incorporate it into this conversation, but I think it needs to be, we at least need to talk about it and see where we're all at on the governing body.
From a solid waste engineering perspective, I haven't found anyone that would be willing to say that if we would have enacted community-wide recycling as it was originally presented, we are still only talking about 2.4% of the total waste that we're producing. So I think that's important. I'm not saying that moving in that direction is not the right direction, but residential recycling, which is what, because of city collections, that's all we do, represents a pretty small portion of the total waste stream that we take. As the majority of the waste that Larry deals with, I think he would say, is commercially generated by business and industry versus residential. I think, I just think that's, probably an important caveat.
Jim, what is kind of going on in the recycling industry out there now? We've discussed in the past, it's now costs us to take stuff to Hutchison and there was really no outlet for some of the different materials. Where's that at nowadays?
I don't know that it has significantly changed, and especially with this year is not probably the best gauge for making seeing a good picture of that, just due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But I'm not aware of a significant change in the industry from what we've briefed previously.
I guess the issue you just spoke to was I was going to ask if we were going to, at some point, make a decision on the building downtown. I would want to know if our plan for recycling included collecting it separate, because what I've been told, that building is not large enough to have the fire suppression and the other.
Yeah,
just the space you need to do that.
I mean, it just the short answer up front is, I think you'll hear, at least from my side, from me, I can't say for all staff, but if I had to say it today, I would say it's in our fiscal best interest to buy that building regardless of what we do with it, because I need space, every department needs space. We have vehicles that we park outside that are, $250,000 a piece. That building is in an ideal location. It's a good building. We have a favorable contract that would enable us to purchase it. We've done a lot of improvements. So, I mean, those are all the things that I would probably tell you. Whether or not that is the site for something that we do in the future, obviously depends on you. But that building is just over 5,900 square feet. To put that into perspective, Abilene's is over 11,000 square feet. Obviously, we're going to have a larger footprint than they are, and our building is less than half that size. So that sort of puts it into perspective in how much bigger of a building we would need.
I had just one other question, but something you said prompted a second one. Is there that much difference in what is collected in residential recycling versus what's collected in commercial? Not the amount, but just the type of material, that would make sense to combine them into just one program? Rather than, if commercial is larger, why are we duplicating a whole system for residential?
I don't know if I fully understand the question, sir. I'm
if
sorry.
the materials that are collected commercially are the same materials that are collected residentially, and it sounds like we have a...
I think a lot of the commercial recycling, the Walmarts, the Dillons, the Targets, they're recycling a lot of their paper products and cardboard internally, and those don't get reported.
Right.
As far as tonnages, Salina Iron and Metal and the scrap metal business is probably the biggest tonnage that's collected for Saline County. And they do collect aluminum, they do collect cardboard, but they don't collect drinking bottles and some of those kinds of things.
Different item,
The
different...
different mix of items.
Mix of
They're
items.
car frames versus pop cans.
Good analogy. And this one I don't necessarily expect an answer to today, but I think I worded it correctly. What percentage drop in collection of trash would be needed to decrease the cell turnover cost and post-closure expenses, yet not reduce your tonnage, the incoming money, to, if you want to extend the life of the landfill? If you're collecting less trash, how much less can you collect before you start sinking your operating expenses?
We haven't looked at that. I know we did look at just the remaining life, and we've talked about this in study sessions and commission information memorandums before too, but the current landfill has 180 years left.
About 140, I
140
believe.
years left. But there's a difference of opinion there. But
Okay.
we do run a soil deficit before we get there. So
Okay,
to
but-
keep it in operation, we would have to purchase the cover material somewhere in the proximity.
If I were to give a ludicrous example, if we collected half as much trash.
We would sink very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
To answer your question, I did actually look at that a number of years back in terms of, every landfill operation is sized to be optimum for a certain volume. Ours happens to be built around the 80 to 120,000 ton range. Yep. If we go outside of those parameters, our unit prices go up very quickly. If we go above that, we don't have enough staff and equipment and don't have enough space to handle everything, so you have to buy, instead of having one scraper, you have to have two scrapers. And instead of having, 4 or 5 staff, you have to have 8 or 10 staff. If you go below that 80,000 threshold, then you can no longer afford the level of equipment and the amount of space we have, and your unit prices also go up as you, so 80,000 tons is what works out to be kind of the threshold. We can survive at 75 and 70, right, probably, but our unit prices are going to go up. And if we get to 50,000 tons, our unit prices are really going to go up. So there's a kind of a best fit for the organization and the amount of refuse that we have to handle. And we would have to make substantial changes, I think, in the way we operate that landfill if we go outside of those parameters.
So that would have to be a slow, scheduled, deliberate decrease.
I'm not quite sure how we would approach it. I just know that when you,
Well, the answer you gave me is the answer I was looking for.
if you're looking at a very large landfill, they're going to be set up with multiple scales and lots of equipment and lots of staff. And there's a point at which, you have to transition, and that is not always a smooth transition.
Right, but that would be the slow programmed transition, if you wanted to eventually get it smaller. But
Yeah.
right, you couldn't do it over in the 2 or 3 year
Well,
period.
even if we did it slowly, our efficiency would change. So it's not a very specific answer to your question, but generally, our landfill operation is sized to handle about 80 to 120,000 tons. And when you project numbers outside of that range, the unit prices get unmanageable.
What
Yeah, and at the
tonnage-
time we
what-
did that analysis, we were actually looking for trash from outside
Yeah, what
places to
tonnage
bring
did we
in.
lose when we lost McPherson, and how did that affect affect us financially?
We lost 20% of the total volume. We were averaging, back at that point, we were averaging over 100,000 tons a year. I think the last year they were with us, we were at 105, just to put it into perspective, but a full 20% of our total waste stream. And what Rod is referring to, even the not only the number of people that we hire, but the size of the equipment that we buy, because we have to ensure that we are able to meet a certain compaction rate for the material. And so all of that has to do with what size piece of equipment you have, how many times you drive over it, how many people do you need in a schedule in order to do that, how much leachate is being produced, and the volume calculations that are necessary to make sure that you have the leachate cycle functioning. So pretty much everything in the landfill, as Rod described, is set between 80 and 120,000 tons.
We could do things like cut hours of operation. We could be open
Right.
only 3 days a week. That would help adjust for those reduced tonnages, but it is also a convenience factor for the public. In other words, we may have private haulers who have to sit there with their trucks full of stuff for 3 or 4 days, and that's not a good situation to be in. So it generates all kinds of
And even those scenarios would not replicate my original scenario, which is just as a society, we stop
Yeah.
producing this much trash, which is not going to happen in the next 3 years, but just long way. But I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Well, we did make some assumptions as far as, we do think that we will divert more trash even as the city gets larger. That we do expect the city to grow, and 10 or 15 years from now, the assumption that we're not going to increase tonnage is a pretty significant one when you try to make these calculations.
And we certainly do plan to bring back another presentation about the SDRC and all of these things here in the next few months. So we'll be working that and have some of the detailed explanation that Jim is, kind of spitballing here from the back row when we do that in a couple of months.
If I might make one additional comment, and this goes back to the yard waste question. I understand that it's a pretty small portion of our total waste stream, but I would take issue with the statement that it deteriorates the same outside the landfill as it does inside the landfill. Inside the landfill is largely anaerobic, and it's going to generate methane and carbon dioxide. If you compost it properly with the proper mix of materials and a proper processing, what you get is carbon dioxide and heat, not methane. At least not in significant amounts. So it is a little bit different in that way.
It is. It does decompose differently. You're absolutely correct.
I just wanted to clarify that, because
Yeah.
your original answer was kind of, it's the same. Well, it's not.
Okay, do we have any other questions for staff? If not, we have about 5 minutes, and so we'll open it up to the public if anybody has a comment or something they would like to make.
Yeah, Ken Ritz. I've been recycling since 1981 on a commercial level. Yes, there's substantial difference between residential, industrial, and commercial. And I'm directly aware of that. And the markets were deteriorating before COVID-19. They had responded, but the markets are frantic is the word. I've sold corrugated at $5 a ton. I've sold corrugated at $225 a ton. That was within 3 weeks of each other, believe it or not. But anyway, you really need to bring people from KDHE, Solid Waste Division, Emery, who works on the composting side, and I appreciate that Commissioner Franz is aware that composting is an entirely different process than anaerobic doings. So anyway, I assume they're still in operation. Several years ago, the annual Works Conference, which would have been its 26th year this year, if it had been held, and it may be held yet, we toured, Waste Management has landfill there in Topeka, and we toured their gas collection, not out in the field, but they have a building with, I think it was 4 gas turbines that they generate electricity with and put back into the grid. And I don't know if I didn't see any storage tanks or means of storage. The obvious advantage would be if they could use it for peak power, which is what Westar, now Evergy, does, and because they can fire up gas generators, it's about 10 minutes. And I didn't realize this, but with coal-fired plants, it can take all day to shift much. And nuclear, you're just pretty much stuck. You just have to run them and burn off the waste. What you can't sell, you have to burn off as heat. So it's literally wasted. So anyway, but Emery is a wonderful fellow. He's the replacement for Ken Baker, who was the compost guy for 20-some years at KDHE. He's taken over for him. I've had him in town twice or 3 times, stopped in. We're going to start on the composting side and doing some other things. But guys, remember, it's carbon that we're dealing with, and paper. Guess what it's made from? Mostly wood. Guess what limbs are made of? Mostly wood and leaves. So it's not just the yard stuff, it's food scraps. And if you look at the percentage, paper products are the largest percentage that goes into the landfill. I've got numbers here that I compiled from the 2004 waste characterization study. I've passed those out to commissioners several times. No one's ever said boo. I hope I made accurate assumptions. I would like to talk with the folks up in Chicago who did the work to make sure that I haven't created a compounding error. But you can see from that both how different it is, which category you're in, and what I feel from what I know in our own experience and from reading and talking with others who know differently and more than I do, that we're looking at about 90% potential diversion. So that leaves 8,500 tons instead of 85,000 tons. And I don't recall the landfill ever doing over 100,000, but they may have. The most we ever recycled was about a little over 1,000 tons a year.
Okay, we need to
we pulled out. So
give
anyway,
somebody else a chance.
I'm
Okay,
available
great.
anytime.
Thank you. Did we have anybody else that had any comments to make on this real briefly?
Phil Black, I'm on the Solid Waste Committee. I am not a spokesperson for them, but listening to you talk today, to me, suggested that we should be thinking about a 30, 20, 30, 40-year plan to reduce to 0. And with that as the goal, everything else sort of falls in place. And I would argue that there is some, that we could actually take up something like that. Part of what the plan itself says is to establish a schedule for the reduction of waste volumes in consideration of the following: source reduction, reuse, recycling, composting, as well as land disposal. And one of the problems we've run into on the committee last February, one of the guys, chair, said, are we here just to rubber stamp? And if you know me, I'm not a rubber stamp kind of guy. But we are responsible for the plan being created and for it being revised and given to you. Where it gets tricky is that the city statute says that, or city ordinance says that no employee, none of you can be a member of the committee, whereas the state says, sure, absolutely, you can have representatives, city engineers, whomever you want. So the two things I could see the Solid Waste Committee doing that you might think about would be, one, to figure out what exactly it is we're supposed to do, who should be a member, and try to give you recommendations to resolve the conflict between the two. And secondly, I think it would be perfectly within our scope to begin to think about a long-term plan, or even to ask the question, number one, would zero waste plan over 30 years be a good thing? Number two, what would be the logistics to accomplish that? And three, which is where my own school board background comes in, how can we do it in a way that's not divisive? So it'd be more unifying than divisive. And I think that's perfectly within what the committee could and should be doing. So I just bring that to you as something to think about. And hopefully I think our next meeting is in December, right, Jim? Correct. Yeah, so we'll see what happens then, but something for you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Okay, we're going to take a break. We will be back here at 4 o'clock for the commission meeting. We do have one presentation we would like to make before you leave. You have something there with you.
Yeah, Mayor Hoppick, this is the last meeting for Jim Kowach, our Public Works Director, so we just wanted to provide a plaque for him real quick and just recognize him for his service to the city.
Jim, could you come forward? I know you didn't want to do something during the meeting, so we're going to do this in between. So,
At least sort of not in the meeting, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll only work with you so far, because we can't respect you all the way.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Jim will be relocating to Omaha, is that correct? And Jim, we wish you good luck, and we thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the city. Thank you, sir.
practical life skills as a nurse practitioner.
Okay, it is,
I'm still working.
if I could have everyone's attention, it is currently 4 o'clock. I will call to order the September 28th Salina City Commission meeting. I would look at staff and ask for confirmation of the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notices properly been provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, could we have roll call?
Mayor Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner France.
Here.
Commissioner Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Okay. Would those that are able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we do have one proclamation, 3.1.
Item 3.1, the month of October 2020 as National Arts and Humanities Month in the City of Salina. Brittany Willer, Chairman of the Salina Arts and Humanities Commission, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Whereas the month of October has been recognized as the National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of cultural organizations, communities, and states across the U.S., as well as by White House and Congress for more than 30 years. Whereas arts and humanities enhance and enrich the daily lives of every American and should be accessible to all. Whereas arts and humanities play a unique role in the lives of our families, city, and country by unifying communities regardless of age, race, ethnicity, and participants gain a better understanding of each other and their cultures. Whereas in a world where the economy and daily of life is adversely affected by COVID-19, the arts are recognized as more important than ever to help relieve stress, avoid isolation, find joy, and create hope. Whereas the arts remind us of the power of humanity amidst hardship, facilitate safe spaces for important community dialogue, and aid in recovery efforts as we navigate new ways of being. Whereas arts integration into education improves academic performance and student retention. Whereas the arts spark creativity and innovation as sought-after skills by business leaders. Whereas the arts improve healthcare, resulting in shorter hospital stays, better pain management, and less medication when included in patient care plans. Whereas the arts and humanities can drive tourism and revenue to local businesses as visitors seek out authentic local cultural experiences. Whereas the nonprofit arts industry strengthens the economy, generating $166.3 billion in total economic activity annually, $27.5 billion in government revenue, and supports the full-time equivalent of 4.6 million jobs. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month in Salina, Kansas. I call upon our citizens to celebrate and be a part of the arts and culture in Salina and in our nation, particularly in this turbulent year when the arts can play a critical role in sustaining and encouraging communities. I encourage greater participation by our citizens to take action to support the arts and humanities.
Thank you. And Salina is fortunate to have the Arts and Humanities Commission and works that are done in our community. I was going to ask if you had anything planned, but I have a whole page here of things that are going on. Are there a couple things that you would like to highlight that you'll be celebrating?
Absolutely. We have a new exhibit at the Salina Arts Center. We have a virtual chamber series that will feature the Salina orchestra, or not orchestra, I'm so sorry, now I'm having a brain, I left mine over there. And then all throughout the month of October, we will be posting and encouraging everyone to take part in arts and culture throughout our community. Thank you so much. It is the Salina Symphony. So, thank you very much.
Okay, and I have a certificate here for you, so thank you for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to Citizens Forum. This is the chance for individuals to come forth and discuss, or to talk about something that is not on the agenda. We ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, and we ask that you please state your name and where you're from when you come up here. Do we have anyone that would like to address the commission?
Dalton McDowell, Salina, Kansas. Melissa, that comment that you posted about the Salina police supporters on Facebook Tuesday, that was uncalled for. We did not do anything that you mentioned that. They've threatened us. They've done everything they could to scare us, and we're not going to be intimidated with this nonsense anymore. So if they want to act like civilized beings, I'm more than willing, and the group is more than willing to talk with them and discuss with them, but if they want to act like what their counterparts in Minneapolis and everywhere else do, we're not going to deal with it.
Wow. Can I just respond since that was directed at me? I just want to say that I do stand behind everything that I posted, and maybe it looked different from my perspective, but I was deeply ashamed of the way that our citizens conducted themselves at our study session last Monday. And I'm sorry if you don't agree with that, but from where I was sitting, we have a lot of work to do.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to approach commission?
Reverend Dolores Williamston, Salina, Kansas, retired National Guard, 22 years, and elder in the United Methodist Church, District Superintendent, Salina and Hutchinson, Kansas. I just have a question. With the study committee, there was some conversation about a continuation to have another session in the evening that's accessible to those who worked during that time that it was held the first time. Have you thought about when that's going to happen? I still would like to see more conversation around the Sunflower Coalition's proposal and some healthy civil conversation around what's been proposed and what the
Staff
police
has sent
department.
out some dates to the commission, and those would be either starting at 6 or 7 in the evening. We're still trying to finalize a date, I believe, on that.
Do you think that will happen in October?
October, yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Joan Ratzlaff, Salina. I just wanted to follow up on the email that I sent to the commission about mask wearing and social distancing, the ordinance, and I don't know if some kind of explanation or update is going to be forthcoming today. Just didn't want to let that slide.
I think I'll let
Thank you.
Deputy Manager.
Yeah, sure. Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. I'm not sure that we have necessarily an update. I will tell you, as far as enforcement of the mask ordinance goes, we do have an email address that we set up particularly for people to complain or lodge complaints or ask questions. That email does go into my box, so I'm the one that handles all those emails. I have made numerous contacts with businesses in the community just to talk about the ordinance and what the requirements are. As far as the commission meeting or the study session we had last week, we had that at TPEC because we anticipated there would be more people than what we could accommodate here. Honestly, we did not anticipate there would be near as many people as there were there. We had 240 chairs set up. We didn't social distance those chairs. We anticipated that we would have enough space that people would be able to social distance. In the future, we will, spreading those out a little bit more. We're going to have the next meeting at TPEC, but it will have the entire room, and we will spread chairs out, and masks will be required, and we'll be putting up signage, making sure that people realize that there are requirements for masks during those events. So, not sure if that answers your questions, but that's kind of where we're at today. So,
Thank you for the update.
My name is Ken Creer, Salina. I'm not aware if we're on the agenda, they're trying to remove the covenants in the Holiday Manor edition. Is that on your agenda today, or would you like our input from it, or where does that stand?
I do not see that on the agenda.
That is not on the agenda. It should be on the agenda in the next couple of weeks, but it'll be published when we do have that on the agenda.
We will be notified what's going on.
We're not going to send out notice. There's no requirement for notice, but it should be in the next 2 weeks. So I would be
So we
looking
just
at the
need to
packets.
keep coming back till we find
Well,
out what's
you can
happening.
go
It'll be
to-
in the packets on Thursday when we send the packets out. You should see it on the agenda.
You can go to the website and the agenda is posted.
Yes,
Okay?
we've got some things we want to
Okay.
share.
Thank you. Okay. He's off. We lost him again? Okay. We have our city manager who is quarantined calling in by phone, so I need to get him reconnected, so. Do we have you back?
Yeah, I have no idea why it's dropping. I'm not touching a thing.
Okay.
We'll
Well,
try again. Thanks.
thanks. Okay, is there anyone else that'd like to come forward during citizens forum?
Mr. Mayor, if I have a comment about the decorum at the study session last Monday, would you rather I hold that till other business?
Yeah, why don't we? Then we can discuss, we can, as a commission, discuss anything that would come up under that, if that would be okay with you. Okay, with that, we will move on to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of September 21, 2020.
Okay, do I have a motion or to approve?
I move to approve the minutes of September 21, 2020.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda, item 6.1. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. That will lead us to administration, 7.1.
Item 7.1, second reading, ordinance number 20-11042, authorizing the execution of a loan agreement between the City of Salina, Kansas and the State of Kansas for the purpose of financing improvements to the city's water distribution system.
Yes, Ms. Pack.
Mayor and Commissioners, Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. This is the second reading of this ordinance. However, at the last meeting, Commissioner Franz did question whether we did need to do an additional debt authorization for this project. We did reach out to our bond counsel, and they advised us that if we ever wanted the ability to refund these loans with general obligation bonds or revenue bonds, that would be necessary, but it is not necessary for this particular loan. So we may look at doing that just in the event that we might want to refinance these bond loans, but at this point, she said it wasn't necessary for this loan.
Thank you. Okay, there was no comments received as to this ordinance, or do we have any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? If not, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance number 20-11042.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11042 on second reading. We will have a roll call.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Franz.
Aye.
Commissioner Hodges.
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick.
Aye. That passes 4-0. That will lead us to 7.2.
Item 7.2, first reading, ordinance number 20-11043, authorizing and providing for the countywide public safety communication system and authorizing the issuance of temporary notes and/or general obligation bonds of the city to pay the cost thereof.
Hey.
Good afternoon again, Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. As we know, this project, the emergency radio project, has been going on for many years. It began back in 2017 when we signed a consulting agreement with TUSA to design and propose some alternatives for the countywide radio system. In the last few weeks, it's been moving very rapidly. September 8th, you had a joint meeting with the county to consider recommendations. On September 21st, you approved Resolution 20-7877, authorizing the execution of an agreement with Motorola for the city's portion of that contract. That total contract amount over 15 years was a little over $3.8 million. The amount upfront was about almost $2.4 million. This project does include the construction of radio towers, updating the dispatch center, new radios for all public safety entities, and a software system to enable communications throughout the county. While it's not anticipated this project will reach the proposed authorization amount of $3 million, this action allows for any additional unexpected costs to be funded through the issuance of additional general obligation bonds if necessary. This step of the process is just that. We've approved the project up front in the capital project. This is actually giving us the authorization at a certain amount to issue debt for this project. It is anticipated that general obligation bonds in the amount of approximately $2.4 million will be issued this fall, and we'll have that in the next item that comes before you. And any additional bonds that might be necessary will be issued in the spring of 2021, once the project is near complete. Repayment of the bonds will be scheduled out of the debt service fund supported by property tax. You have 4 options around ordinance number 20-11043. The first is to adopt on first reading, authorizing the completion of the countywide public safety communications system. Adopt the resolution with any amendments you might see appropriate. Postpone consideration to a specific time and date and provide staff with direction for additional information or amendments that you would like to see. Or do not approve the ordinance with direction on either to not complete the project or to find alternate funding for the project. Staff recommends option number 1. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for the?
The project estimate is $2,388,000 roughly,
Correct.
plus 500, okay. And we're proposing to issue $2.4 million in bonds.
Yes. Which includes all the closing costs and.
Right. And it also says that there's $300,000 now that we've got set aside for the project that would be available. Wouldn't it be wise to issue $2.1 million in bonds and use that $300,000 up front, thereby lowering our future debt service schedule?
We could. That's part of the next item that we would be discussing that. For this particular item, we're just authorizing the project total. So yes, I don't disagree with that comment, but it'll be under 7.3.
Okay.
I had a similar question, but I think you asked it a lot better than I did, so thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Any comments from the public on this? Okay. With that, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I move approval on first reading ordinance number 20-11043.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11043. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0.
Mr. Mayor, Debbie Pack again. I do have our financial advisor coming for item 7.3, and has not arrived yet. So if we could postpone that item until he arrives, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Anybody have an issue with jumping to 7.4?
Yep.
Do we need to do anything, or how do we need to address that?
Probably be best if you considered a motion to table that.
Table out, okay.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve, or we table item 7.3 until bond counsel arrives.
Second.
Is that sufficient, or do we need to put it behind?
No, I think that's fine.
That's fine, okay. We have a motion and a second to table item 7.3 till bond counsel arrives. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, with that, we will move on to 7.4.
Item 7.4, Resolution Number 20-7876, authorizing staff to submit the fiscal sustainability plan for the wastewater collection and treatment system to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
Ms. Tasker.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. The Water Resource Reform and Development Act was passed in 2014, and it requires recipients of the Kansas Department Health and Environment low-interest loans for wastewater system improvements, not water systems that we spoke of earlier, to develop and implement a physical sustainability plan. The purpose of that requirement is to ensure that recipients of the loan manage their assets in ways that promote long service, avoid failures, and maximize the long-term financial self-sufficiency of the wastewater system. The current loan with KDHE for the Markley Magnolia Sewer Project requires a physical sustainability plan be submitted to KDHE prior to final closeout of the project. The physical sustainability plan must include asset management plan and a physical plan to provide funds necessary to pay for ongoing obligations with operation, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, replacement expenses, which requires the city to provide some basic requirements, which I think we currently follow in our normal operations, such as implement a performance measurement and management strategy to ensure high quality and efficient use of our facilities, make it a priority to be energy efficient and water efficient, inspect and maintain our existing wastewater system, maintain resources to repair the system, and establish user charge fees to fund the ongoing maintenance, repairs, rehabilitation of our system, and competitive contract services, and review our revenues annually, which are items that you're all familiar with and we do on a regular basis. KDHE has reviewed the attached facility sustainability plan and determined it's compliant with their requirements. The attached physical sustainability plan was prepared to include the future wastewater treatment plant improvement project, which is planned to be funded by the low-interest loan from KDHE. So the plan was developed with multiple appendices that can be updated as necessary when we move to the wastewater plant. For example, it defines the wastewater collection and wastewater treatment system description, includes our annual budget, annual water and wastewater rates, our capital improvement plan, and KDHE has an operation, maintenance, and replacement guidance document. It talks about certified operators, adequate equipment, routine cleaning of sewer pipes, manholes, and inspection, which apply to the wastewater collection system at Markley Magnolia. There's a much longer list when we move to the wastewater plant project, but it can be adjusted and put in as appendices. There's no additional physical impacts to the budget. Our annual budget addresses the issues that we've spoke to. Staff has identified 3 options for the City Commission to consider. The first is authorize staff to submit the physical sustainability plan for the wastewater collection and treatment system to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Option 2 is to postpone submission of the plan to a specified time and date and provide information or request for further consideration. Third would be to vote to deny submission of the plan, which would result in reimbursement requests from the loan being denied by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Staff recommends option 1. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
It says KDHE has reviewed the attached and determined it compliant, but they haven't seen the whole report.
Yes, they've seen the entire plan,
Okay.
from the proposed document at the end, starting with the cover page through all the appendices. Submitted that. I wanted to make sure that it met their requirements before I brought it forward to you.
Not a question, but a comment. I think it's kind of telling that we have this requirement for a sustainability plan that is apparently a reasonably new requirement.
It is.
And all we have to do to meet it is by and large assemble the existing documents we have that we use to manage the system, which, sends a message, I think, at least I take it, that we're doing a pretty decent job of doing that. And I just want to commend the staff, whoever's responsible for, taking us down that road.
When I set the plan to KDHE, their document was a little more fuzzy in how it was put together, and I put it more in the format of what we do, and their response, this is great. So they were pleased with the document and how we put it together.
Any questions, comments? Any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I would move that we authorize staff to submit the fiscal sustainability plan for the wastewater collection and treatment system to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize staff to submit the fiscal sustainability plan to the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0. I still do not see bond counsel, so we will move to 7.5.
Item 7.5, Resolution 20-7875, reaffirming the Saline County Solid Waste Management Plan with addenda.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this request is for you to consider Resolution 20-7875, reaffirming the 2020 Saline County Solid Waste Management Plan with 6 addendum. In 1970, KDHE adopted, or the state of Kansas, the Kansas legislature adopted an act that requires an active solid waste management plan. In 1994, the city of Salina and Saline County signed an agreement naming Salina as the Solid Waste Management Planning Authority. As the governing body that oversees the plan, the City Commission must act on this recommendation in order for us to remain compliant with the applicable state regulations. On September 2nd, 2020, the Saline County Solid Waste Management Committee met and discussed the plan recommendations and approved those recommendations unanimously to recommend affirmation of the existing plan with the addenda provided. It's worth noting that from a plan perspective, this is a matter of plan housekeeping. The way the Saline County Solid Waste Management Plan is built, our annual plan reviews consist of submitting the appendices that reflect all the decisions that the City Commission makes with regard to solid waste in the previous year. Every 5 years, there is a comprehensive review period where we will take all of those documents that have been placed in the appendices and adjust the plan accordingly. I would echo something that Martha said regarding the last topic. The KDHE is always very pleased with our plan, and it's generally received with in a very positive manner. The addendums represent the decisions that were made in 2020. We saw the approval of the purchase of the trucks and carts, and then due to the COVID pandemic, we extended those contracts for an unknown period of time, and then we ultimately approved for them to be submitted, and we made several changes to the solid waste operations in Salina. In 2022, we are scheduled to do an annual, a 5-year review, so we will do one more annual review next year. This is all due to the KDHE by the 6th of December. And I've identified 3 possible options for City Commission's consideration, and that is to approve the resolution reaffirming the plan with addenda for the required 2020 annual review, postponing approval to a certain date and providing staff with additional direction, or 3, denying the resolution, reaffirming the plan that would result in the Saline County Solid Waste Management Plan being out of compliance with KDHE regulatory requirements. And with that, I'll stand for your questions.
Questions for staff?
One on page 2 of the blue sheet under the 10-year planning cycle discussion. Topics such as single-use plastics, yard waste, composting. Would I take this to assume that this committee would be the sort of the steering committee, or the group that would initiate the initial discussion? Because we were talking about plastics before. We didn't really have an organization, a department, an outside group that we could just give the project to and say, here, we had a presentation, but it didn't go any further.
Right.
Can we assume that this committee would be charged with continuing that discussion?
I think what you would expect to see with regard to these topics is there is a chapter in the plan that is built on issue discussion and recommendation. And so I would fully expect and that's chapter 6 of the plan, and I would fully expect that the committee, if these are just topics that I had collected over the previous 5 years that I knew were relevant, that we've had conversations in the community and here about, and I would present them to the committee and see if they would agree that they should be included in that issue discussion and recommendation. So it might be as simple as something that Mr. Black referred to earlier when he said, working toward a plan that includes a waste diversion, a waste diversion plan with a certain end. So that would be part of the discussion. It would then be left up to city staff and any necessary body to assemble what that plan might look like throughout the next 10-year planning period.
I like the list. Is this something that the City Commission could then charge that committee with doing the initial research on a plan or proposal and then bring back through the proper staff,
I certainly think that would be within your purview.
Okay. All right, thank you.
My questions were basically along that same line. Mr. Black made some interesting observations about statutorily what the committee's role is, and I know that it's something that we've talked about in years past when we've affirmed this solid waste management plan. And I guess my question, maybe I'm taking it a little bit farther than Commissioner Davis is how do we empower this committee to do some of this research and to engage in some of this, these community discussions that we've been wanting to have?
I think the committee has the ability to assemble and make recommendations to staff that we would then present to the commission. I think that's always been the case. I think in years past it's been necessary to, and I tried to make the distinction when I said they would develop like a set of issues, discussions, and recommendations in Chapter 6. And there is another chapter in Chapter 9 that deals more in long-term planning and what things might look like. But again, the commission is really, the committee is really designed to provide that place of discussion. So certainly they could discuss it and make recommendations, and we would present it to we would present whatever it is that they're thinking that belongs in the plan to you. Ultimately, you are the approving authority for what goes in the plan. The plan is a 10-year planning document, so generally the things that you're going to see in the plan, besides all of the the data about Salina and the solid waste system as it exists today, is going to be, where do we see solid waste moving over the next 10 years, if that helps.
So we would be expanding the committee beyond its original stated purpose if we ask it then to come up with the plan or plan proposal?
I would tend to think that it could go that way, yes.
I presume that the plan document is fairly extensive.
It's 10 chapters.
Okay. Is it available on the city website?
I believe it is, yes.
I hate to admit this, but I don't believe I've ever actually seen the document.
I think a number of years ago, we've added it to the city website. Unless somehow it was taken down, I'm pretty sure that it's still there.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, comments from the public?
I guess I'm public. Phil Black from 815 Spruce, and I'm on the Solid Waste Committee. The two things that I kept running into, for example, and we talked about this at the last meeting, so this isn't I'm not doing a gotcha on Jim here. I don't want to get out the defibrillator if we start saying our committee's going to come up and present all this to you. But, for example, who brings the agenda to the committee? Because city ordinance says no employees are members of the committee. So that, to me, says the committee should be deciding what is its agenda. Secondly, according to state statute, the committee is responsible for getting the plan done, for providing for the plan. So regardless of what the staff comes up with, we're the ones responsible for it. And there are a number of things that we're allowed to do under the state: be responsible for the preparation of a solid waste management plan, review the plan annually, and provide the city commission or the county commission the report. And then the city itself has a number of similar things that are a little bit more broad. For example, provide a solid waste management system plan, to review the plan annually, and to hold a public hearing every 5 years. So also to provide any recommendations. So that's broad enough that I could imagine the committee deciding, okay, we want to take a look at what do we see as a plan for 40 years out. And in being able to do that, it would allow us to see everything through that light, as well as dig up the problems with it, which I don't, right off the top of my head, I think it's possible that would be very difficult to get through without it being divisive, and I don't think that's a wise thing either. But so, trying to figure out who is actually on the committee, because the state statute allows any of you to be on the committee, as well as Jim or anyone else. Your own city ordinance does not allow that. So that's something I think the committee would want to take up and say, well, what are our recommendations to resolve that?
I guess I would ask staff to review that to see if we have a conflict in our ordinance versus the state's rebuilding. And it would appear to me that some of the things you were discussing with the plan would be hard for a ad hoc committee to do without leadership from staff.
Yeah, we can't, according to the ordinance, we cannot give city employees orders either. And but I don't think we're considered an advisory committee. Citizens Advisory Committee, for example, says that you can only serve 2 consecutive terms. Our committee, our ordinance says no, it can do 3. And nowhere is the word advisory used. So it could be picayune, I admit, but I was the acting chair at the last meeting, and I was just wondering, how do we decide the agenda? Because on the school board, superintendent would meet with the president and the vice president of the school board, and they'd work out the agenda. Right. I don't think that's happened, not because he has refused it, but I just think you've been kind of stuck with it. So anyway.
Good points, and we'll get into that. Thank you, Mr. Blunt.
Thank you.
Good points. Okay. Any other comments?
One last, I'm sorry. I apologize. When I said that I said there was the ninth part of the plan that said, according to state statute, that said that you would look at reduction, a scheduled reduction of waste, which includes composting, et cetera, I didn't mean for that to sound like we aren't doing that in some form. I think if you break it down into recycling, we saw a lengthy discussion on the landfill, so there is a schedule there. It's just, one of the things we kind of brought up in the meeting was maybe we should have a very specific category called reduction of waste schedule. So I don't mean to make it sound like we're not doing anything like that now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
I move we approve resolution number 20-7875, reaffirming the Saline County Solid Waste Management Plan with addenda for the required 2020 annual review.
Second. If I could, I did just have one question. I don't know that you can answer it now, but I had meant to ask about how we're coming along with our schedule for trimming back the trees that are going to accommodate our automated trucks. I know that was something we discussed in the past, and you don't need to necessarily address that at this time, but just wondered how that schedule was coming along. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7875. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. Okay, I see where bond counsel has arrived, so we'll move back to 7.3.
Item 7.3, general obligation bond.
I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, I do think it would be technically more correct to consider a motion to remove the item from the table.
Okay.
And that is what brings it back before you.
Mayor Hoppick, so moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove item 7.3 from the table and bring it forward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I get a little anxious there, sorry about that. So, okay, Ms. Pack. What's that?
It's that Chiefs game.
Item 7.3, general obligation bonds. 7.3A, resolution number 20-7880, authorizing the offering for sale of the general obligation internal improvement and refunding bonds, series 2020-B of the City of Salina. Item 7.3B, first reading ordinance number 20-11041, authorizing the issuance and delivery of general obligation internal improvement and refunding bonds, series 2020-B.
Okay, Ms. Pack.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. This is a resolution and ordinance in order for us to issue our general obligation bonds. However, they include two portions. We have a refunding portion of the bonds, and we also have new, what we call a new money portion of the bonds. When we do a bond refunding, usually it takes a process of our financial advisor, who we have with us today, Dave Arterberry from Stiefel Nicholas. He's not bond counsel, but financial advisor. Sorry about that. And they look at our previously issued bonds to see if the market rates have lowered enough for us to realize some savings, any savings from about 3 to 5% in the cost of the interest that we have for those original bonds. And then they will typically bring that forward as we see those interest rates get lowered. The city advisor did review our bonds and did them earlier in the year, but we looked at them again late this summer and revealed that there were savings possible for the 2010B and the 2012A bonds. The 2010B bonds were originally issued as a refinancing of the 2001A and 2002B bonds, as well as some prior KDHE loans. The 2012A bonds were originally issued to finance the Magnolia Commons street, sewer, and stormwater improvements. In addition to refinancing the 2010 and 2012 bonds, the city financial advisor has determined that the interest cost savings is possible by refinancing the city's 2014 KDHE loans. The 2014 KDH loan was originally issued to finance replacements of existing water distribution pipes. The city has also identified the following new projects for funding with a portion of the 2020B general obligation bonds. The emergency radio system for $2,440,000, which would include cost of issuance. The purchase of the Quint for $860,000, and the purchase of the SCBA equipment for the fire department for $480,000. All of these numbers that I've provided assume an interest rate of 4%, but we do anticipate that to be much lower. Resolution 20-7880 authorizes the offering of public sale. It also gives us the approval to issue the official statements, which is the document that describes the offering to potential investors. The ordinance authorizes the issuance and delivery of the actual bonds. The second reading of the ordinance is scheduled for October 19th, which coincides with consideration of the bids on the bonds. So that's the day that we'll get bids on the bonds. The total principal amount to be issued for 2020-B is $9,365,000, subject to final adjustments. As I discussed earlier, the refunding portion of those bonds includes 2010-B for $746,665, 20-12A for $1,187,001, and the KDHE loan 2814 for $3,544,700, for a total of $5,478,366. As you recall, the emergency radio project was the project that we've been discussing here lately. We signed a contract a couple weeks ago. The City Commission did approve a 0.703 mil increase in the 2020 budget, which should have equaled about $300,000 in revenue that we would have collected in 2020. Any excess taxes levied with the increase could be used to either pay off other debt or could be reallocated to a mill levy to the general fund. So as we go forward and we don't necessarily need that $315,000, which we're seeing as this project came in much lower, that difference in the mill levy could be adjusted to different areas. The fire equipment financing is, we're bringing those forward to you at this point because back in the spring when we issued our bonds, we had to wait for a public protest period and we could not meet that requirement prior to the issuance of those bonds. So in this issuance, we are proposing to bond the Quint, which is the replacement of a 2000 apparatus. And we also, the self-contained breathing apparatus, which is the replacement of 54 SCBA harnesses, air cylinders, and replacing the clean air breathing compressor used to fill the air cylinders. City approved the purchase of that equipment on March 9th. This action does not incur any direct costs to the city at this time. Bond issuance and underwriting costs associated with the refunding will be approximately 1.6% and will be included in the principal amount of the issuance. Debt service payments for the bond issuance for the radio project, the Quint, and the SCBA equipment are budgeted out of property tax. As Commissioner Franz mentioned, we could opt to take the approximately $300,000 that we did collect in 2020 and reduce the funding. The proposal here does propose that we do the entire project as we noted the costs in the previous action. So we have two items. The first item is Resolution 20-7880 to approve authorizing for the offering of public sale of general obligation bonds Series 2020-B. We could approve the resolution with amendment that you deem appropriate. We could postpone consideration to a specific time and date that City Commission and give us further direction. Or we could not approve the resolution, which would eliminate any possible savings to be realized on the refunding and would require the city to find alternate funding source for the emergency radio and fire equipment projects. Do you want me to give you both of them or do you want to do one at a time? Both the resolution and the ordinance do include the amount for the emergency radio project, so if you did want to amend that amount, we would need to do that in both actions. So the second one is the ordinance and has the same four criteria, either approve, adopt with amendments, postpone, or not approve those. And I could stand for questions, and Mr. Arterberry is here that could answer any questions you might have.
Where is the $300,000 in question sitting now?
It's in the debt service fund. It's taxes we would have collected in 2020 that we levied in December or November of 2019 and would be sitting in the debt service fund.
So it can only be used for that purpose anyway?
Yes, to be applied for this project, although it could be applied to any debt service.
Correct.
But it's not that specific, but it is required to be applied to debt service or to reduce the cost of the project.
Would there be a benefit to not using that 300,000, that it would go somewhere? Do we have somewhere else for that to go, to be used?
Not in the 2020 budget, I wouldn't think. In future budgets, where we have already levied that .703, we could choose to maybe move part of that levy to the general fund or for another purpose.
Essentially, it would carry over in the debt service fund the next year, and then we can make whatever adjustments result from that next year.
Correct.
Or if it's applied to the project, it reduces the payments for the next 15 years.
Right.
And that fund, that debt service, but has a fund balance that's healthy?
Yes. It certainly has the $300,000 in there that we would want to, that we could apply to that project.
Well, my personal preference would be to reduce the amount to be issued for the radio system from $2,440,000 to $2,140,000, which is close to that $300,000 difference. That way we use money for its intended purpose and we save money down the road.
Yeah, I like that.
So I would say that the savings on the refunding is actually pretty impressive. 7% is a good return, and particularly since some of these issues have already been refunded once. So, that's always good to look at that, and I think we normally do at debt issuance time, is to see if we can, save a little bit. So that's a good savings. And I knew that would bring Mr. Arterberry to the dais.
Shouldn't have said anything. David Arterberry with Stiefel Nicholas. It's a pleasure to be here. I think Debbie did a really good job of summarizing the bond issue and the process. I guess the only thing that I wanted to mention is that, as Debbie mentioned, we're set to receive bids on October 19th on the issue. And we tried to structure the sale because, quite frankly, we wanted to not get too close to election time, just to avoid potential turmoil in the market. So that's why we tried to schedule the issue fairly soon, rather than maybe scheduling it closer to the election. So that's the only thing I wanted to add.
And I know Ms. Pack said that she's assuming a 4% interest rate, but considers it to be lowered. What are the
I would suspect it would be below 2%.
I was going to. When I saw 4, I thought that seemed a little high. So.
Yeah, that's conservative budgeting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's even better news. How many? When you do this, will each one of these have will it be 3 separate bond issues? Will you just do one?
We'll just do one.
How does that
issue.
work when you have one that's a 15-year term or 2 that are 15-year term and one's a 10-year?
That's a good question. The way the bond issue would be structured, it's actually structured in, it will be structured in individual components. So there'll be one component for the quint, there'll be one component for the breathing apparatus, one for the radios, and then each individual components then for the refinancing pieces. Each will have their own individual maturity schedule, but they'll all be combined into a single maturity schedule when the bonds are sold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. So when it's put out for bid, that's all in the detail and everything?
They're just bidding
Okay.
on, one issue. They'll see one issue, but it'll be broken apart.
But the schedule is called out specifically so that you can't get to the schedule by taking the,
Right.
the 5.4 million or whatever and saying, okay, over 15 years, it's this amount per year. It doesn't, it's more detailed than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission.
See if I can figure out how to word this.
Okay.
I will move that we adopt on first reading. Okay, let's do the resolution first. I would move that we approve resolution number 20-7880, authorizing the offering for sale of general obligation bonds, Series 2020B, with the provision that the total funding amount be reduced by $300,000 to recognize the cash currently on hand in the debt service fund for this purpose.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7880 with the amendment to reduce the funding amount by $300,000. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. Okay, that moves us to the ordinance.
I will move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 20-11041, authorizing the issuance and delivery of general obligation internal improvement and refunding bonds, Series 2020-B, to fund the emergency radio project, the fire equipment project, and refund the 2010B bonds, 2012A bonds, and the 2014 KDHE loan, conditioned that the total funding amount be reduced from the proposed amount by $300,000 to recognize cash on hand in the debt service fund.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt on first reading ordinance 20-11041 with the amendment to reduce the total funding by $300,000. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. And I take it when that comes back to us as the final ordinance, it will have the $300,000 reduced. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Looks like we are now ready for item 7.6.
Item 7.6, consider purchase of survey equipment for the Solid Waste Division and consider resolution number 20-7881, authorizing the city manager to execute a cost-sharing memorandum of understanding with Salina County.
Good evening. Jim Kowach, Public Works Director. Here this evening to talk to you about the replacement of the rover at the landfill, solid waste municipal landfill, and then an upgrade to our base station or reference system, which is housed in the water plant here downtown. The real-time kinematic, RTK, and global navigation system, GNSS, survey equipment for the solid waste landfill division, and to consider resolution number 20-7881, authorizing the city manager to execute a cost-sharing memorandum of understanding, or MOU, with Salina County. We've had a system in operation for several years here in the city, and sometime in the past, the city has allowed Salina County to use the system. The system is needing, the base system or reference system is needing upgrades, and talking with staff with Saline County, they were more than willing to cooperate and help upgrade or purchase, do a 50% cost share to participate in maintaining that system. And that is what the memorandum of understanding refers to. We'll actually get into the actual dollar amount later in the discussion, but I wanted to get that out front, that both the city and the county use this system. We house the reference system at our water plant, but that reference system is used citywide by our city surveyor, used countywide or in the county by Saline County, but then it's also used by our own staff out at the landfill in combination with the rover. And the rover, or the actual instrument that they collect data with at the landfill, is having some significant problems, and we're needing to replace it. So there are two kind of critical items as far as the capital needs, and then also the memorandum of understanding with Saline County that we'd like to make sure that it's in writing this time as far as our obligations and their participation in it. So we've had this equipment for over 20 years. It was originally purchased in 2007. And it's specialized computer equipment that ties the base station or reference system on the ground with the satellites that are circling the globe at any point in time. The stuff on the ground communicates with the satellites, and we triangulate the exact position. And the accuracy of this stuff is, it gets better and better every year. That 0.05 feet is like an inch. X, Y, and Z coordinates, the actual elevation of the tip of that rover, is that accurate. Which is important to us for a couple different reasons. They used to have 3 or 4 people on a survey crew to get an X, Y, and Z coordinate anytime you surveyed anything. A single person can go out and get a location and give you the latitude, longitude, and elevation all at the same time. So we've saved a lot of staff time over the past several years by utilizing this equipment. And then particularly at the landfill, we have to locate any kind of special waste. When we bury it, we have to locate where it is so that at some point in time in the future, if they need to go back and do something with it, that they know exactly where it is. So that's regulatory. We use it on a daily basis at the landfill. And the rover at the landfill is experiencing some significant problems just because of its age. We've used it on almost every project that we've done for the city over the last 10 years. We use it, the utilities uses it, engineering uses it, parks uses it, development services, all the departments in the city pretty much use this information as far as the base station. We talk about being a 2-part program, but really we want to upgrade the rover at the landfill this year, and upgrade the reference system or the base system this year, which is a pretty minor expense. We're not replacing everything. We're just getting the software updates and stuff so it'll be more reliable. It'll still be housed in our department. We'll still pay the utilities on it and stuff. But next year, because they're of the same generation, we want to replace the rovers in the utility department and the engineering department. So that'll be part of the budget next year, is to buy new rovers for those departments in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000 a piece. So that's not the request today. The reception for the rover out at the landfill is about 50% of the time, which delays us in being able to cover stuff up. We're not out of compliance, but it hasn't been a very smooth operation this summer, trying to make sure that we maintain the regulatory requirements. And then the base station, our surveyor reported that he had about 70 days this year where it was unable to establish connections, or they just weren't able to do the work that was required on those days. So that's out of 352 days a year. That's a pretty significant portion too. We did go out for quotes. There are 2 major surveying companies that provide this kind of service. Trimble and Leica are the brand names. The quotes are included. The Trimble unit, not only for the price, but their ease of use, their service, that they provide as far as on-call answers to questions and reliability, we felt like they were superior, and that is the one that we are recommending. The rover itself is $20,000 and $20,029. The reference system upgrade is $12,000, of which Saline County has agreed to pay 50% or $6,000 of it. So we are, as far as the fiscal note, proposing that Saline County pay 50% of the reference station, that the solid waste fund balance pay for the remainder of the reference system upgrade, as well as the rover, which is used exclusively for their the work that they need. As we discussed earlier, that fund balance currently has a $4.5 million budget or balance, but that is, as you also know, going to be dedicated to a lot of future expenses. But this is more than just a standard operating system upgrade. It's something that we have to have yet this year to just stay in compliance. So we are asking you tonight to do a combination of things. We would like you to authorize the purchase of the surveying equipment for the rover and the base station for a total of $32,039. And at the same time, approve Resolution 20-7881, authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with Saline County to pay 50% of the cost of the reference station. You can do those same things with amendments. You can postpone this if you have some different ideas to guide staff, or you can deny the purchase of this RTK GNS survey equipment if you so choose. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Kowach?
I presume since this is being paid out of the, presented as being paid out of the fund balance, this was not a part of the original vehicles and equipment plan for this year. It was not budgeted as a capital expense.
We budgeted $61,000, but as we made the cuts and stuff earlier this spring, it was eliminated from this year's budget.
So we
reduced,
did anticipate a need. It's just that it's kind of happened before we were ready to undo those cuts.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, I move that we approve the purchase of RTK GNSS survey equipment for the landfill in the amount of $32,039 and approve resolution number 20-7881, authorizing the city manager to execute a cost-sharing memorandum of understanding with Saline County.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of RTK GNSS survey equipment and approve resolution number 20-7881. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. Thank
Mayor
you.
Hoppick, one last thing, just if you could humor me for a minute. We alluded to it in the study session earlier today, but this is my last formal action with the city of Salina. Although I've only been here 4.5 years, I've been in government in Kansas for over 34, and it's been a marvelous career. This was an exceptional place to work. It's a pleasure working for you and the community on the number of exciting projects. The city has a lot going for it with the downtown and the streetscape and all of the development that's going on. That it's not an easy decision, but I am retiring in Kansas just to go to work in Nebraska. So it's just, I financially think it's the right thing to do for my family, but it is without some remorse as far as leaving this city, because it is a wonderful place to live and work. So thank you.
Jim, on behalf of the city, we thank you for your dedication. I know you had a busy 4.5 years. We had a lot going on, and we appreciate your leadership in that department. And good luck to you in Nebraska.
Right. Thank you very much. I will be back. I'm looking forward to the River Festival next summer. So.
Good. Well, we'll look for you then.
All right.
This is Mike Craig on the line, if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mike.
I wanted to be sure to have the opportunity. I hate it that I'm quarantined and not able to be there in person, but I certainly wanted to recognize what Jim's done for our community and his tenure with us. I've told him personally he's got a lot to be proud of in terms of what he's done for our community, and the streetscape in particular. and being completely honest, was skeptical that we could manage that project on such a small contingency that he brought forward. He was confident, and not only did he stay within the contingency, he saved money and brought it in even lower than the contingency provided. He has done a terrific job for the community, and I certainly wish him the best.
Thank you for that, Mr. Scragg. And again, okay, that will move us to 7.7.
Item 7.7, authorize the fire department to utilize sole source purchasing to purchase 5 Stryker Power Load Cot loading systems and 1 Stryker Power Pro XT cot.
Thank you. Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Royce, Fire Chief. I'm here before you today to ask for authorization to utilize sole source purchasing allowed by the city purchasing policy to purchase 5 Stryker Power Load Cot loading systems and 1 Stryker Power XT Power Cot for our ambulance fleet. This will enable the department to retrofit its remaining 5 ambulances with this cot loading system. In August of 2020, the department submitted a grant request to Salina County in the sum of $130,954.05 for coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security, or what's better known as CARES funding. On September 4th, the department was notified that the grant would be awarded to the Salina Fire Department. The department currently has 7 ambulances in its fleet. The last 2 were remounts that had the Stryker Power Load Cot loading system installed, so that's why we're asking for 5, or why we asked for 5 in the grant. This grant would be used to retrofit the remaining 5 ambulances so that all equipped equally are the same. The department wishes to use Stryker as a sole source vendor based upon several factors. Salina Fire Department has utilized Stryker for its cot since 2004. There's basically 2 major vendors in the cot world. One is Stryker, the other is Furno. We've been a Stryker department since 2004. All of its ambulances are equipped with Stryker cots. They're low maintenance, have excellent warranties. The department wishes to purchase 5 power loading systems and 1 Pro XT cot that was not included in its most recent remount. That's why the 1 cot comes in the 2020 remount. All of the installation will be done by the department's emergency vehicle technician. These funds are required to be spent by December 31st, 2020. There's no net budget impact to the city. And as they're itemized, the 5 Stryker Power Load cots, we are getting a $5,000 credit from the vendor because he'll have to remove the current loading system out. Came in at $114,079.05, and the new and 1 Power Pro XT cot came in at $16,875 even. Take any questions before I make any recommendations?
Questions or comments?
Yeah, clarification. The power load coat loading system, do those include the cots?
No.
Okay, that is just the system that's in the ambulance that supports cots we already have?
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't entirely clear.
It's hard to see with the pictures I sent, but that's just a track system that's mounted actually in the floor of the ambulance.
Into the floor of the ambulance, so it's easier to roll a cot in and out.
Absolutely. It basically does it for us.
And basically, the other cots we have are all Pro XT cots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're just expanding the system and the superstructure to support it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And these are in the last 2 budget cycles, we've presented this and it's gotten cut out. Our intent is to get all of our ambulances with the power load systems for safety of not only the patients, but our people.
I can vouch for the fact that they're a nice ride.
And the way this funding works is we will do the purchase, and then we'll submit reimbursement to the county, and they'll pay us for it. And we actually did receive our first round of CARES money last week. They submitted $905,000 into our account. So things seem to be going well as far as that CARES money goes.
Okay, any comments from the public?
So before you today, your recommended actions are, number one, authorize the department to utilize sole source purchasing to purchase 5 power load cot loading systems and 1 Power Pro XT cot from Stryker Medical Corporation in the sum of $130,954.05. Number two, do not authorize the department to accept the CARES funds and single source purchase and provide direction to the fire administration. Fire administration is recommending approval of action item number 1.
Do I have a motion?
Mayor, move we authorize the Salina Fire Department to sole source the purchasing of its 5 power load cot loading systems and 1 Power Pro XT cot to Stryker Medical Corporation in the sum of $130,954.05.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the department to sole source the purchase of 5 power load cot loading systems and 1 Power Pro XT cot. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 4-0. Thank you. That will lead us to 7.8.
Item 7.8, first reading ordinance number 20-11039, amending and repealing certain sections of Chapter 25, Article 1 of the Salina Code by adopting the 2020 Uniform Public Offense Code for Kansas cities.
Good
evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Christina Trocek, City Prosecutor. I am here before you this evening asking for action as it relates this time to ordinance number 20-11039. I'm asking the Commission to adopt the 2020 Uniform Public Offense Code for Kansas cities as published by the League of Kansas Municipalities and repeal existing section 25.1. As the Commission is aware, the League of Kansas Municipalities publishes a Uniform Public Offense Code for Kansas cities each year. Generally, that is modeled after the state criminal code. The UPOC serves as the primary criminal enforcement or ordinance enforcement handbook for the Salina Police Department. As the Commission is also aware, we have certain local amendments to the UPOC as published. These local amendments are to the disorderly conduct section, the unlawful discharge of a firearm section, the air gun, air rifle, bow and arrow, slingshot, BB gun, or paintball gun section, and finally the unlawful possession of marijuana and tetrahydrocannabinol section. There were very few changes during the 2020 legislative session because it was a shortened legislative session, but I have attached the summary of changes for the 2020 UPOC. The primary change, as you will see, is section 5.7, which is selling, giving, or furnishing cigarettes or tobacco products to a minor. This section has been amended to make it unlawful to sell, furnish, or distribute cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, and tobacco products to individuals less than 21 years of age. This mirrors federal legislation that was passed in December of 2019, and that is the city's understanding as to why it was included in the 2020 UPOC by the Kansas League of Municipalities. The city the prosecutor is recommending that we decline to adopt the same sections that I had asked the Commission to decline adopting last year, specifically the unlawful deposits in sewers and damaging sewers. This is due to the recommendation the city received from the Director of Utilities, as we have ordinances that more appropriately cover those topics. Additionally, the city prosecutor is declining to adopt section 10.13 barbed wire, section 10.18 failure to place or maintain a smoke detector, section 10.24 smoking prohibited, section 10.25 smoking posting premises, Section 10.26, smoking prohibited penalties, and Section 11.3, commercialization of wildlife, is again, there are existing ordinances in the Salina City Code that cover this more thoroughly and, in my opinion, in a way better suited for the needs of Salina. The additional ordinances or acts that the city prosecutor is declining to adopt are several actions within Article 7A, crimes affecting public trust, giving a worthless check, criminal use of a financial card, unlawful distribution of controlled substances, unlawful possession of controlled substances, distribution of non-controlled substance, selling beverage containers with detachable tabs, and permitting a dangerous animal to be at large. At this current time, I don't believe that municipal court has sufficient staffing or resources to adopt any additional criminal ordinances. These are offenses that, if they are referred by the Salina Police Department, they would go to the Saline County Attorney's Office for consideration and filing in district court. Finally, the 2020 UPOC has added Section 10.29, violation of a public health order. The city prosecutor is recommending that this section be deleted, as the commission has already addressed this by adopting ordinance number 20-11034, mandating face coverings to be worn in public spaces where where social distancing of 6 feet is not achievable at all times. There are 5 actions the commission could approve. Number 1, approve ordinance number 20-11039 on first reading. Number 2, approve ordinance number 20-11039 with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate. Number 3, postpone consideration of the ordinance to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments the city commission would like. Number 4, approve ordinance 20-11039 on first reading and provide direction regarding additional information or amendments the city commission would like to request for further review, or you can vote to deny ordinance 20-11039. I don't have anything further on this agenda item. I would stand for any questions.
Questions?
Just a few short, under section 9.91, the unlawful possession of marijuana. Does completion of that program, well, 2 questions. Is it linked to any referral for therapy, or just that an evaluation? I mean, it's obviously, well, not obvious, but the person probably has a problem, which would be a given. I mean, is there a end result of that referral that's expected?
Right. I would first preface my comments with telling you the reason I have chosen to add the subsection C is to make it consistent with the state statute. State statute requires a drug and alcohol evaluation for any offender who's under 21 years of age who's been convicted of this section. As to treatment, we do require, if an individual is under 21 years of age, that they obtain a drug and alcohol evaluation from a qualified treatment provider, and the court will typically almost always adopt any recommendations that that treatment evaluator makes in the evaluation.
Okay, but that does not, let's say, I'll just throw up, pay for the first 5 sessions, or there's no treatment provision as part of this?
Right, just the requirement for the evaluation itself.
All right. And would that ever, that does not have to be, if for whatever reason the person is being held, I don't know if they would typically be held for conviction of a crime like this, but would that delay their release until this is completed?
I can't think of an occasion that we've held anyone to obtain a drug and alcohol evaluation, the only scenario I could see that happening is if someone has repeatedly failed to appear in court for their sentencing. The court routinely gives an individual as much time as possible to obtain the evaluation. And additionally, we do try to provide any assistance that we can to referrals to agencies that work on a sliding fee schedule or on a basis of not having to pay for their evaluation up front.
All right.
We do try to accommodate all of that.
And with the violation of a public health order, if the city's ordinance, I'm assuming at some point it will be reversed, if the state then issues a mandatory state order, does state law then replace what Section 1029 would have provided for violation?
Say yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Next, okay. I had a question regarding that same section 9.9.1, and just had a question about patients who may be traveling from one state to another, who are like legally in possession of marijuana for therapy or whatever, and they have the legal prescription. How do we reconcile that if they're, like, say, from Colorado and they don't have a prescription from a Kansas provider?
Well, their medical card is only valid for possession and use in Colorado.
Okay.
It would not be valid for possession and use in the state of Kansas or any other state.
Or transportation, even if they were going, like, from one state that allows it to another, just by virtue of the fact that they're going through a state that does not. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So if I might clarify that answer, it is if someone has a prescription from Colorado, they come into Kansas and they are arrested, they are subject to the penalties under Kansas law, regardless of possessing a card that is issued in Colorado.
Yes.
Okay.
Because a physician in Kansas, I think that was the caveat. Well, I mean, a physician in Kansas can't prescribe that, right?
Right, and
So it's a catch.
what the ordinance is referring to really is CBD oil.
Okay.
And CBD oil is allowed for medical treatment in Kansas. CBD oil has a small amount of THC. In Kansas, it has to be less than 5%. It's derived primarily from the hemp plant and doesn't cause a high. It's used for medicinal purposes. So it's not, it technically is THC, but not to the levels beyond 5%. So it's the CBD oil that exception applies to in Kansas at this time, consistent with the legislative change in May of 2019, authorizing the use of CBD oil for certain medical conditions.
Okay. Okay. So I'm learning a whole lot of stuff. And then the other question I had is something that we've had questions about, and I guess it would refer to the use of medical marijuana here, but also I would extend it to, like, our mask ordinance. Can being asked to reveal a medical condition, is that a violation of HIPAA when it's requested by a law enforcement officer? I mean, is there any exception for any different entities being able to make that request for further medical information?
Well, generally, law enforcement is not subject to HIPAA requirements. Therefore, the way the ordinance is written is that an individual who is claiming that they are using CBD oil for medicinal purposes, it is incumbent upon them, upon the law enforcement officer's request, to present the letter from their doctor that entitles them to use that CBD oil in the state of Kansas. it is written as an affirmative defense, which is something that the individual must raise during a prosecution. That is how the ordinance is written, and that's consistent with the way the state statute is written on that topic. So in my opinion, that would not generate any issues with any HIPAA violations on part of the law enforcement officer. As long as, and it's a limited inquiry. Certainly, the officer, in my opinion, would not be entitled to further question the individual about the specific medical condition, but in terms of presenting that letter with fairly limited information in it, I don't consider that to be in violation of HIPAA regulations. And Mr. Bingston might have a different opinion on that. I hope not.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do.
I would not disagree. I would have to explain that certainly any HIPAA-related matters, we do have lawyers in our firm that are far more expert in HIPAA matters than I, so.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, that's fine. And if there were ever any need to match notes, that could be achieved.
And then my last question, actually, it's more of a remark, is I just wanted to let you know how impressed I was, Ms. Trocek, with the presentation that you made at the gathering at the Masonic Temple a couple months ago, talking about all the different ways that you're implementing diversions, alternative treatment plans, ways to keep our citizens out of jail and get them to do something else. And hopefully, if we ever have an open study session or you're presenting on something else, I think it would be great to get that word out. I was incredibly impressed, and I just wanted to thank you for all you've done on that front. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I do have a question on the Section 1029 violation of a public health order. As written, is that more generally applicable than to just masking? Because our ordinance is pretty specific. It is masking specific, and I'm questioning if the Section 1029 of the UPOC might be more generally applicable and might apply to other circumstances that we would be then skipping over by not adopting it.
As written, it states that it shall be unlawful for any person to violate, refuse, or fail to comply with a written order of the county health officer, board of health, director of health, issued under their respective authorities.
Okay, so it does apply, it's more generally applicable than to just masking. So that being the case, should we remove that?
No, I don't think there's any harm if there's any overlap of the two, but I see your point. I don't know what the next big health advisory would be, but if we use an extreme example.
The county health officer could order bars to close at 11 o'clock, for example.
True.
And that then is outside of our purview to enforce. Now, maybe the county prosecutor could, I don't know. But it's just a question as to if we want to narrow it to that extent, or if we just want to.
I don't see any redundancy in having them both on the book. I don't know if it causes any problems for your office.
The primary purpose of exempting this from adoption is just to avoid any confusion with having the specific ordinance requiring face coverings and this violation of public health order. I certainly have no objection to including it with regard to adoption of the UPOC, if that is the route that the commission feels is most appropriate. I don't have any objection to that.
I'd rather have that on the book than have to come back and do what we went through with the mask each time another crisis comes up. I mean, it's not going to be an every year, let alone every day event, but.
I hope not.
And then I also have a question about the paragraph above it, the justification for removing what looks like a fairly substantial list of fairly significant items, is we simply don't have the staff to manage that in the court system. Is that a result of increased workload, result of decreased staffing, or what?
We have never prosecuted those offenses.
Okay.
It was just recently, within the last 2 years, that the Salina Municipal Court started to adopt the Uniform Public Offense Code. Prior to that, we were limited to the specific ordinances within the Salina City Code,
Okay.
which was a much smaller list than what we prosecute now. There are several offenses that we prosecute now, including the possession of marijuana, paraphernalia, sexual battery are the three that come to mind, and child endangerment that we never prosecuted before.
Okay, and those, so before, a couple of years ago, Salina Municipal Court ran solely on the basis of municipal ordinances, and the fact that we adopted this code before had more to do with law enforcement operations and what they could arrest people for, but those cases that were not in the municipal ordinance list went to district court anyway. Yes. So this has not really changed that in that way. Okay,
right. I think that's an important point to make, so that it tomorrow morning is not construed that in Salina you can now unlawfully distribute controlled substances, or give a worthless check, or use a financial card without permission.
And the two primary...
So those are still against the law.
Right, and the two primary offenses within that paragraph really would be the issuing or giving a worthless check and criminal use of a financial card. Those are very staff-intensive offenses in terms of filing those cases, and so I did assess what I felt not only my office, but also the court could handle in way of additional offenses. And I don't think this year is the time to consider that. It's not to say it couldn't be considered in the future, but I don't think it's prudent to do it right now, and feel that those offenses should still continue to be referred to district court.
So a person who's the victim still has a recourse, just in a different court?
Yes.
Okay. And the same is for the dangerous animals?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have other ordinances within the Salina City Code as well with regard to vicious animals that would also cover that type of conduct.
I'm just very curious, what is a beverage container with a detachable tab?
Well, that's interesting that you should ask that, because last year I did research that. It are the tabs on a pop can that are detachable. If they can detach.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember the original Pop Tops? You pulled them out and then you could make chains with them?
That's right.
And I think they are prohibited because people can swallow them.
Yes.
Now, if you have a mustache, you take that little tab that's not detachable and you work it back and forth until it detaches anyway, because once it's caught in your mustache and you pull the can down, you like to have them detached.
A lot of information there,
Yeah.
Commissioner France. A lot of information.
Mayor Hoppick,
Yes.
Mike fell off again. If you
We
could.
lost Mike again.
I'm here.
Did
Sorry.
you hear about the tab getting caught in the mustache? Are you okay if we leave that off?
I missed that part, but I'll take
It's okay, you
up
didn't miss much, Joe.
I apologize.
There's a little bit of delay in Salina media connection. Give me about a minute and I may catch it.
Yeah, you might. Okay. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Trochak? Do we have any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of ordinance number 20-11039 with the amendment of retaining, if I'm saying this correctly, section 10.29, violation of a public health order, which is currently in our, is that, what do you call it, list of ordinance?
Yes.
Okay.
Offenses.
A list of offenses, thank you.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-1139 with the amendment of retaining section 10.29, violation of a public health order. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. Mr. Chuck. 7.9.
Item 7.9, first reading ordinance number 20-11040, amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Salina Code by adopting the 2020 Standard Traffic Ordinance.
Thank you. The city is asking the commission to adopt ordinance number 20-11040, which is the 2020 Standard Traffic Ordinance for Kansas Cities as published by the League of Kansas Municipalities. Like the UPOC, the STO handbook is modeled after the Kansas Uniform Act regulating traffic on the state's highways and serves as the primary traffic enforcement handbook for the Salina Police Department. As the commission saw from my packet, there were no changes to the 2020 edition of the STO, and the Kansas League of Municipalities simply republished the previous edition from 2019. So there are no changes due to the shortened legislative session. There are standing local amendments to the STO as published, including Section 4, the authority of police, Section 33, maximum speed limits, Section 85, stopping, standing, or parking prohibited in specified places, and then Section 114.4, unlawful operation of a golf cart. Like the city's recommendation last year when I came before you to ask for the commission to pass or adopt the STO. The city's making the same recommendation with regard to Section 115. It is my opinion that there's an inadvertent error made by the Kansas League of Municipalities in publishing Section 115 in the 220 edition of the STO. Section 115 makes it unlawful for any person 14 years of age or older to ride on any vehicle or upon any portion thereof not designated or intended for use of passengers when the vehicle is in motion. There is a section that provides some exceptions to that, and in subsection C, it reads that an employee under the age of 14 years would not be included in that section if they are basically involved in the necessary discharge of the employee's duties within truck bodies and space intended for merchandise or cargo. In my opinion, the section applies to individuals 14 years or older. It would make no sense for the exceptions to apply for individuals less than 14 years of age. Again, I think this is just an inadvertent error. It is also helpful to point out that the STO has a specific section as it involves unlawful riding by persons under 14 years of age, and that's section 182.2. In 182.2, it provides the same exception that section 115 provides with regard to employees. So I think that is simply an inadvertent error, and I would be asking the commission to adopt the STO with the proposed language that I've set forth for section 115, which does differ slightly from the STO as published. As there really aren't any other changes, the city is going to ask the commission to consider 5 options: approving ordinance number 20-11040 on first reading, 2, approving ordinance number 20-11040 with amendments as the city commission deems appropriate, 3, postpone consideration of ordinance number 20-11040 to a specified date and time to provide staff direction regarding any additional information or amendments the commission would like to have for further consideration. Number 4, approve ordinance number 20-11040 on first reading and provide direction regarding additional information or amendments the city commission would like to request for further consideration at the time of the second reading. And the commission can also vote to deny ordinance number 20-11040. Staff is recommending option number 1. I would stand for any questions.
Questions?
I have a couple. I'd like to follow up on an inquiry from a citizen that we received earlier this summer regarding Article 13, Section 88, which is prohibiting placing a for sale sign on a car at the curb. It's something that seems like it's seen pretty commonly around town, and I think the point of the email is if it doesn't cause a traffic concern and it doesn't create some sort of danger, is that something that still needs to be fined and ticketed and prosecuted for?
Section 88 has 2 separate subsections within it. Section 88 states no person shall park a vehicle upon any roadway for the principal purpose of displaying such vehicle for sale or washing, greasing, or repairing such vehicle except repairs necessitated by an emergency. From my review of the section, it really is a public safety issue, and that is the intent behind the ordinance. Certainly, we don't want drivers distracted as they are driving down a roadway and looking at vehicles parked in the side of the road that might have a for sale sign, and we have a driver that is trying to look at that and drive down the roadway. So there is that potential for distraction. And certainly with regard to the second section or subsection, we don't want any individuals working on vehicles unless it's an emergency to change a tire in the roadway.
And yeah, and I certainly understand that. When you read the first part of that, Article 13, Section 88, I think it said something about the primary purpose being for, to show a car for sale or whatever. If a person habitually parks in a legal parking spot and that's the main purpose, is that's where they park their vehicle and it has a for sale sign, I mean, it just seems a little problematic, but.
I cannot recall reviewing a citation since I've been in the city prosecutor's office that has dealt with this section. Certainly, the officer would have to determine if the placement of that vehicle is for the primary purpose of offering or displaying that vehicle for sale. And I think that the officers are probably very conservative about enforcement of that section, which is probably why I don't see, I can't recall any citations offhand that I've personally reviewed under that section.
Okay, so a citizen would have the option of saying, this is where I park my car every day.
Absolutely.
It's not, yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And a citizen can always also call the prosecutor's office, which we get quite a few calls about vehicles that are on the roadway and they've been cited as nuisance vehicles. And those individuals contact my office, and primarily the complaint that we have is not with regard to the officer. It's the fact that the individual has actually transferred title to that vehicle, but the person that they've transferred title to has never tagged the vehicle. Therefore, the vehicle still shows that it is owned by Citizen A when they've actually sold it to Citizen B. I look at those situations and I routinely dismiss those matters. If the documentation can't be provided to my office, I review all of the documentation and make a decision based on that documentation. I would do the same thing with this section.
Gotcha. And there was one other portion of that Article 13. This was Section 93, and actually, it's not just this particular citizen who reached out. I've gotten this from a couple other people, and that allows the towing of a legal vehicle from the curb if it's been parked there for more than 48 hours. And I've gotten it from a lot of people who travel, or have somebody visiting them over a holiday weekend, and they've received a ticket for that. And I didn't know if would that be the same sort of consideration if someone gets that ticket and then they're like, I was out of town for 4 or 5 days. This is a legal parking place. My vehicle is titled and
They
current and everything.
could present that information, but Section 93 refers to disabled vehicles.
Okay.
Therefore, and typically, Section 93, with regard to the towing provision as set forth in subsection B of that section, it talks about motor vehicles on public highways or any other property open to use by the public. And specifically, they refer to public highways and abandoned vehicles, and that's a safety issue. But that's not primarily what the Salina Police Department officers cite for the typical vehicle within the city. They generally will cite using the Salina City Code sections 38.51, which deals with public nuisance vehicles, and section 38-42A, which deals with parking on private or public property without the consent of the owner, and section 38-83, parking, storing, or depositing an inoperable motor vehicle on property without enclosing it in a garage or other building. Those are the 3 sections that are primarily used if a vehicle is going to be towed. But the Salina Police Department will place the tow sticker on the vehicle advising the registered owner of the vehicle that they have 48 hours to remove the vehicle. But it's going to be because the vehicle is not legal to operate in its current condition, whether it is due to a mechanical situation. Many times officers will see a vehicle with flat tires. That vehicle cannot be operated legally on the streets of Salina. So officers will cite that vehicle with a tow warning. I would note that the majority of the complaints come from citizens, and they are residents in the area who might see these vehicles that are inoperable sitting on the street without moving for days and weeks on end. If they call the Salina Police Department, the police department will send an officer out to review that. Again, if there's documentation that the owner can provide to show that they should be exempted from that ordinance, I will always review that and make a decision based on the information that they provide me.
And that's good to know, and that's good to be able to pass along to people, because I only know what what's been shared with me, and what's
Sure.
been shared with me by a few people has been operable vehicle. The owner was either out of town for work or on vacation, and I mean, I'm sure that any code that we pass can be weaponized by a neighbor or whatever, but at any rate, it's helpful to let them know that just because the fact that they have received a ticket or their vehicle has been towed, that is not necessarily it's not an irrevocable situation. They can pursue it. Thank you.
And the other aspect of the ordinance with regard to inoperable vehicles, the Salina code does include as an inoperable vehicle, a vehicle that does not have current vehicle registration. And that's probably the area that is sometimes confused by citizens, is that section of the ordinance, and I can appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I don't think so. Okay, any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Move we approve ordinance number 20-11040 on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 20-11040 on first reading. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Okay, that will lead us to 8.1.
Item 8.1, consider acceptance of proposed easement and restricted access dedications on the proposed final plat of the Tony's subdivision, a proposed replat of the Tony's Pizza Schwann's corporate campus.
Okay. And before we get started, I just wanted to make the commission aware, as you may have known, I recused myself on several other actions dealing with the Schwanns or SFC Global. All the work that I have done for them has been completed. I've talked with legal counsel with Mr. Bingston and feel there's no conflict that if I proceed forward here. I just want everyone to be aware of that, because it may look unusual that I'm not recusing myself at this time. So, okay. Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The area we're dealing with is part of the original Schilling subdivision. Back in 1966, when the federal government was preparing to turn the property over to the city of Salina, they prepared what they called the Schilling subdivision plat, which was really more of a base map for the area and it's not actually recorded or indexed in the Register of Deeds office. And in 1997, the Salina Airport Authority, recognizing the deficiencies out there, undertook a very large project to essentially replat the entire Schilling subdivision. And they did that by creating a series of replats of sub-areas within the Airport Industrial Center. And the property we're talking about this evening is in Schilling Subdivision number 5, and that subdivision was bordered by the K-State Polytechnic campus on the north, the railroad tracks east of Centennial Road on the east. There's a creek channel and the Airport Industrial Subdivision on the south, and the runway on the west. And that subdivision number 5 contains 468 acres. It's divided into 124 individual lots, and there's 15 different blocks, and that has been in place since 1998. This evening we're looking at Block 12, and that's the site of Tony's Pizza Manufacturing Facility, and it's bordered by Schilling Road on the north, Centennial Road on the east, Arnold Avenue, formerly Bailey Road on the south, and then again Arnold Avenue on the west. In 2016, at the request of the Airport Authority, the original name Bailey Road, which was the road leading from Centennial to the airport terminal, was changed to Arnold Avenue to make it easier for out-of-town travelers to locate the passenger terminal, which has an address of Arnold Avenue. So what you can see here is Block 12 is currently subdivided into 18 lots. It's bisected by several public streets and by all sorts of utility easements. And so the purpose of this replat is to eliminate a lot of those internal lot lines and merge SFC Global Supply Chain's land holdings into a single lot and block. And so there's 3 properties in the block that aren't included. If you could go over to the west side, Dustin. There's a property right here which is owned and will be retained by UniFirst Corporation, and then there's properties owned by the Salina Airport Authority, and those 3 properties are not included in the replat area. All the other properties either owned by or under contract by SFC Global Supply Chain. So their purpose is to get rid of the internal lot lines and vacate unneeded utility easements and street rights-of-way. And those street rights-of-way would include Scanlon Avenue and Jumper Road east of Arnold. There's also an identified stormwater runoff challenge with water coming from the west off the airport runway. And so there's a plan to divert stormwater through a major storm drain culvert that would go around the property on the southwest. There's no changes to access proposed, but this section of Scanlon Road, if you could go back to the aerial, Dustin. This section of Scanlon Road here will be vacated and closed to public traffic. This portion of Jumper Road right here is currently a public street with a dead end. That will be vacated and closed as well. One of the challenging things about this area is there's all kinds of utilities running through this property, and one of the purposes of the plat is to identify which ones of those will be public utilities owned and maintained by the city and which will be private. And so there will be a note on the plat basically stating that all water lines, fire hydrants, sanitary sewer lines, and storm sewer pipes that aren't located within a dedicated easement are private lines, and those will be owned and maintained by Schwann's. As I noted, there's a drainage easement here for a large storm culvert that will go around the southwest side of the site. There is a stormwater discharge detention pond that's proposed on the south side of Arnold Road, and that is going to be outside the boundaries of the plat. So this property here has been acquired as part of the project, and the storm drainage will come here to a stormwater detention pond here and then be discharged over to this creek channel. Maintenance of that channel is a city responsibility, and staff is working with Schwann's design team on designs and cost estimates for improving the flow and the capacity of that channel. There has been an EPA grant application submitted, but long-term, those drainage improvements will probably be paid for through a combination of grant funds and city funds. So only those utility easements shown on the plat, and I tried to highlight those for you in your packet that's shown as yellow on your plat in there. Those will be retained as utility easements. Any other existing easements will be vacated by this plat, and then we're adding this large storm drainage easement that would go through that property. This plat originally went to the Planning Commission on August 4th, and the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to approve the plat, but they put a condition on that required the configuration of Jumper Road to either be retained as it is or be converted to a private street. And the reason for that was that the surveyor working for SFC Global did not take into account that the north half of Jumper Road, if vacated, would revert to UniFirst Corporation. So, following the Planning Commission meeting, but before this went to the City Commission, staff met with representatives of SFC Global Supply Chain, and they indicated that neither of those two options were workable from their perspective, and so they expressed a desire to keep the western portion of Jumper Road as a public street and to vacate the eastern portion. The problem with that is that today it's a public street that dead ends and has a turnaround on it. If it were shortened to here, the turnaround would have to be moved to that location. The Planning Commission considered that at their September 1st meeting and then postponed consideration to allow further design options to be considered. Then when it came back on September the 15th, Schwann's indicated that they were supportive of the idea of making it a purely private access drive, and so that meant that it was no longer a public street, it was no longer subject to city street design standards, and that questions about fire department access and circulation would be addressed as part of the building permit review and not part of this plat. So the full width and length of Jumper Road will be vacated as a public street. It will become a private shared access drive. There's some discussion about transferring ownership from UniFirst to Schwann's. Upon full vacation, this section of street will no longer be owned or maintained by the city. It's not subject to the subdivision regulations, so their designers will work with the fire marshal to come up with a acceptable fire apparatus turnaround within the campus. The pavement from roughly this point west will remain in place. This pavement will all be removed. And so the Planning Commission did not act on their street design variation request because it was withdrawn. They voted to remove condition number 1 since that had been satisfactorily addressed by the applicant, and they voted on September 15th to approve the proposed final plat without any design variations, and that's what's coming before you this evening. So your options would be to approve a motion vacating the existing internal streets and easements and accepting the offered easement and restricted access dedications, authorizing the mayor to sign the plat. You could postpone consideration of this application to a future meeting date if you feel additional information needs to be provided. You could decline to approve the requested right-of-way and street vacations or to accept the new easement dedications. The result of this decision would be to leave Scanlon Avenue, Jumper Road, and all existing easements in place, and the plat as proposed could not be recorded. Staff would recommend alternative number 1. So with that, staff would be open to any questions that you might have.
Questions for staff?
Says it all.
Well, there were no real issues with the plat other than just the question about Jumper Road and the lack of awareness that if it were vacated that the north half was going to go to UniFirst, not to them, and so they have brought UniFirst into the discussions, and we believe that's been worked out now.
Okay. No questions? Any comments from the public? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Mayor, move we accept the proposed, two different wordings here. We approve vacating existing internal streets and easements and accepting the offered easement and restricted access dedications and authorizing the mayor to sign the plat of the Tony subdivision on behalf of the city.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve a motion vacating the existing internal streets and easements and accepting the offered easement and restricted access, and signing the final plat of the Tony subdivision. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 4-0. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that will lead us to other business, and Commissioner Davis, I believe you had something you wanted to bring to the commission?
I do. It's partially written. It took about a week before I could write this and not use words I would regret using later. I don't know whether to be embarrassed, mad, disappointed, or afraid after witnessing firsthand some of the behavior at the study session on policing held on September 21st. For all the news media options available in Salina, I was caught off guard by the signs and comments regarding defunding police. This was not a topic on the agenda or in the presentation. Valuable time spent commenting on this could have been used to discuss the issues at hand. I think what bothered me most, however, was the disrespect that was shown Mr. Santiago Vasquez during and after his comments. The behavior was reprehensible for this city, which has much more class than was exhibited on that day. Not only was there booing and hissing during his comments, when he returned to his seat, a man clad in his blue, black, and gray Stars and Stripes regalia jabbed his flagpole at Mr. Vasquez as he walked back to his seat. I apologize at this time to Mr. Vasquez for not stopping the meeting and asking the mayor to have that person removed from the assembly. No one in Kansas should suffer that indignity. I took a picture of that person, I'm assuming with his wife, and if you're not sure if you're that person, please come see me. I'll show you the picture so that you can find out if you are indeed that person. Proper decorum invites disagreement, but not in a disagreeable fashion. Several speakers attacked the Black Lives Matter and the Sunflower Coalition. It was disappointing that the only response to these groups and concepts was to attack the messengers and demand transparency of the groups, while in the same moment argue against the need for transparency of police operations. Transparency is a two-way street. Not one of those attacking the legitimacy of these two groups addressed the events in our society that spawned the need for their existence. Are we so morally bankrupt or embarrassed by the need to have to publicly call for the protection of any segment of our society that we can only attack the messenger, hoping the message will quietly wither away? Did we forget that these young people in the Sunflower Coalition represent some of the best minds in Salina, Kansas? And whether you agree with all of their requests, and I didn't agree with all their requests, but I was very proud that they put forth the effort to come up with these requests, to go from zero to having a citywide study session, and for this body to even consider their suggestions, I think is nothing short of an amazing accomplishment. It is obvious that many in Salina have drank the Kool-Aid and fallen victim to the ludicrous thought that if they are for Blue Lives Matter, that means they are against Black Lives Matter, or vice versa. This is a ploy to divide our country. One group is not mutually exclusive of the other. If your support of Blue Lives Matter means that you can't support Black lives, You are at a moral crossroads in your life, and the existence of our country is right there next to you. Don't you think that there are black families of black police officers who love both groups? Please read about the issues before coming forward. Do your due diligence, investigate, and form your own conclusion. Don't just regurgitate what you hear on TV. The City Commission needs to know what you feel, not what TV channel you listen to. Support the police. We hear it a lot. It's a very nice chant. Give our Salina Police Department the training, equipment, the training, the manpower, the training, legal surveillance technology, the training, quality improvement mechanisms, and more training. That's why we have that building on the west side of I-135. The firing range, I'll be honest with you, for me, we threw that in free of charge. The important part of that building is up front. We support our children. We praise them when a job has been done well, and we teach them to monitor and improve their decision-making and performance when a teaching moment arrives. Support, like transparency, is a two-way street. I hope the next open study session will bring out citizens sincerely interested in improving our community. Citizens who can bring meaningful contributions will make our job as the Commission much easier. Our job is not to necessarily come to the meeting with our minds made up, agree or disagree with what we hear. My job is to represent the thoughts of everyone in this city to the extent possible. It doesn't matter if they voted for me or not. My job is to listen. Please help us, and most importantly, don't embarrass Salina, Kansas again, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. To let you know, as we're preparing for our next meeting, I have talked to City Manager Scragg and discussed with him that my opening remarks will be in more detail than they were last time. We'll try to ask the individuals to, we had a study session. I don't think a lot of people understood what a study session was, and to my dismay, I think on both sides, they wanted us to listen to them, but I'm not sure they were listening to us. We had them come up and talk about defunding the police as we've commented. None of the five of us sitting up here have talked about that. We had someone talking that we don't need tanks in our community, and I don't remember the five of us ever talking about the need for tanks. So I'm going to ask that they also open their ears and listen to us also, to know that we are, as a group, my job as mayor, my job is to bring about compromise. There's five of us that sit up here, and we have five different opinions of where we need to be. And I think our job is to get to the place where it's best for the community. And I agree with you that this is a very emotional matter. I think the national press has led to that, and our goal is to deal with Salina, and what we need to do is to stop the division and to work on unity. I think we're, as a group, have said we do support the police. As you just mentioned, we spent millions of dollars on a training center. It's not a shooting range, it's a training center. And we hope that we will have the best trained police force in the country. Doesn't mean that there will not be mistakes made by police officers at some time, but all we can do is do the best to support them. So I appreciate your words, and we will discuss before the next one about how we will be respectful of each other. We have to do that up here. We don't agree with each other, but the whole idea is we need to respect the other person and to show some respect as we would want them to respect us. So my words will be in much more detail next time, and I appreciate your thoughts.
If I might weigh in briefly, I was dismayed by the behavior. You know, we have rules of procedure that very clearly say we prohibit signs, we prohibit booing, hissing, clapping, etc. And you know, I did receive a text message from a level-headed person who is very much in the center on this issue, saying, taking issue with some of Commissioner Hodges' comments. And of course, I had not read her comments at that time. I still haven't read Commissioner Hodges' comments. But my response to this individual was, I haven't read Commissioner Hodges' comments, but do you understand that we have rules of procedure that are there for a reason? And the reason is that booing and hissing and clapping and having signs and banners tend to intimidate people from being open with their comments. And in this forum, it's important that we get to hear from everybody in an open manner. I did not notice some of the things you talked about with Mr. Vasquez, but I did notice that he was disrespected, along with a couple of other people, some of who are in the room now. So after I explained that to her, she said, oh, well, I didn't realize those were the rules. So I think that we made some progress, and but I think it is, and I've written an email to the city manager saying I think we need to be more prepared at this next session, because it's clear that some people don't understand the mask ordinance, and they need, you know, if this is going to be a demonstration, then have it outside of the facility where you can wave all your banners and signs that you want. That's your right to free speech. But in the hearing, we have to act to protect everybody's right to speak up without intimidation. And so I agree with you in large part, Commissioner Davis. I was more than a bit embarrassed by some of the activity.
One of the questions I'm going to ask legal counsel about is, and I think we've discussed this before, is in our attending a meeting, we state in there signs will not be allowed in the building. We've allowed them with the BSL individuals have come, bringing signs. Again, I guess what I need as mayor, and we probably need as a commission, is direction whether we have the ability to ask individuals not to have those signs present under the First Amendment. If we could get some direction, because we've allowed it before, and I don't like it, but it's kind of like, I guess we need to know what we can and cannot allow, what we actually have the ability to do.
Thank you, Mayor. The city manager had spoken to me about wanting to address that more specifically and more conclusively. And I can't do that thoroughly this evening and won't attempt to, frankly. There is some further examination being done. It is in the area of public forum law, and in my opinion, I can say that what we do need to look at carefully and ultimately have some further direction from the governing body, I believe, it will depend upon the environment in which the matter is being considered. And in applying First Amendment public forum law, the matter of what is allowed in a particular context and how the matter has been couched in terms of whether it's an issue being addressed in the public forum context or in the context as it was during your study session that was in a different location, in a different setting. Those are the types of factors that affect the city commission's latitude in terms of
Yeah, and I
either
wasn't
regulating or
expecting an
prohibiting.
answer, wasn't expecting an answer
Yeah.
today, but I think that's,
Yeah.
if we could get some direction
Oh, I
before,
understand.
for the
That's-
future.
that's
Not
the
only for
request
this,
that's been made.
this topic, but I'm sure there's going to be other topics down the road that we'll have to, deal with. So if you could do that, that'd be great, so.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
And if I could just say a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Hoppick because when I walked into that room and looked at that crowd, I did not envy you being in the position that you were in, but I just want to say you did a really good job, and I'm just very disappointed that people didn't respond better to your requests for better behavior. The only other thing, and this is just on a technical aspect, I've heard from a lot of people who watched it on Salina Media Connection that it was very, very difficult to hear people. And I was wondering if we do operate in a setting that's different from our normal room here, that we maybe get some technical assistance so that each commissioner can be mic'd. We can make sure that we have better sound quality for the speakers, because it was an issue that I heard about from several people. So
We can certainly do that, and if we had anticipated the crowd, we
Right.
would have had additional sound provided for this meeting, but we didn't anticipate it would be as large as it was, so we will be looking for some outside sound assistance.
Okay, anything else come before the commission? If not, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.